Hey. Happy hump day, everybody. It's Wednesday, November 15th, 2023. We're on a late night tonight. Sorry, guys, about this afternoon. I had appointments, but here we are. Today, guys, we're having an open discussion in regards to multiple cases. Chelsea Grimm, Idaho 4, Delphi. Let's talk about it, guys. Join me. I'm excited to be here with you guys. I hope you are as well. Let's get this show on the road. Here we go. Hello. Hello. How are ya? Good to see you guys tonight. Thank you for joining me. Great to be back. Great to have you guys here. As always, sorry about that, guys. Tonight, dual audio going. Oh, cool. Get to listen to it in stereo, huh? So tonight, guys, we are going to be having an open discussion in regards to the Idaho 4. Of course, Delphi, and even Chelsea Grimm, which there's still a lot not being talked about there that I'm a little leery about. It kind of bugs me. So it's all out there tonight, guys. We're talking about a little bit of everything. It's Wednesday. I typically like to do the open discussions midweek if we can. And here we are. So thank you all for joining me. I got 64 beautiful peeps in here. And I also have looks like 20 likes. So if you will, please, let's make that match so we can get this in the algorithm tonight.
I really appreciate it, if you will. First off, let's see who we have in here with us tonight. Looks like the amazing Bry guys here. Brian Hoffman, thank you for joining us. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Let me see. Also, Sweet Surrender, welcome. Good to have you here. Sandy Toes, welcome back. Good to see you. Peaches, 81 is in the house. Welcome back to you. Great to see you. Natural Healing, good to have you here. Good to see you. Crystal, what's going on? Good to see you. Walt Harris in the house. What has happening? Good to see ya. Carolyn Miller, always a pleasure. Good to have you here. Good to see ya. Let me see here. Sandy Toes, good to have you here. Hope Floats, love your name. Welcome. Good to see you, Hope. Good to have you here. Cat K, always a pleasure. Good to see you. Chris Delaney, thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate you, brother. All right, all right. Miss Ma'am, welcome back to you. Good to see you. Sweet Surrender. Mama 5, good to see you. Kimberly KB, always happy to see you. No, I was not kidnapped by aliens again. I'm still here. No worries. Let's see here. Pammy B, always happy to see you. Natural Healing. Reverend Cynthia Hughes, the maker of the most amazingly warm slippers in the world. Thank you, by the way, again for those. They're amazing. I'm wearing them again. I wear them every day. Good to see you, Cynthia. Thank you for being here again. Doodlebug, what's going on? The avid hunter here. Awesome hunter. Good to see you. Strutter614, what's up to you? Vix Logic, welcome back to you. Let me see here. Drinking coffee out of my new coffee maker that I absolutely adore. I love it, love it, love it. Cat K, good to see you. Stony Black, Black Belt News, what's going on? Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Let me see. Who else do I have in here? Just Spacey Stacy, what is going on, sis? It's good to see you in here tonight. I'm hoping you're doing well. We miss you around here. I'll check my messages, which I don't know which ones, but I will check it. Stacy, good to see you again. Thank you for joining me. 1 second, folks. All right, all right, all right. Let me see here. Mrs. Kelly, good to see you. Looks like first one in chat. Thank you for joining us tonight. I think I got everybody. Oh, okay. All right, I'm sorry, Stace. I'll check that out. Let me see here real quick. Excuse me, guys. Give me a moment here. Let me check that as we roll everybody in. Come on in, guys. Again, guys, I know it's late tonight. Dinky is in the house. What's going on, brother? Good to see you. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night to you all. Whatever it is for you, I hope it's good because it's good for me to be here with you guys. I am super excited about it. As always, love hanging with you guys. Cal, what's going on to you? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us tonight. Summer Jade, good to have you here. Robert Bell, my friend, great to see you. Let me see here. On your way to bed. I'm sorry it's late, Dinky. I had doctor's appointments today, brother. I would have loved to have seen you and hung out with you. Thank you for jumping in, though. I appreciate that. Cappuccino 877, good to see you. You changed your name. Okay. I don't know who you are, but thank you for letting me know that. Evie Marie, good to see you. Niles Buckman, good to see you. How are you? Thank you for being here tonight. Appreciate all you guys, all these awesome meatballs here. Miss Brandy B's in the house. There she is. Good to see you, Brandy. Deborah, wonderful to have you here, dear. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for checking up on me the other night. That means a lot when you guys do that kind of stuff. There was a horrible accident here. Let me see something here. Actually, if you don't mind, Stacy, I got your message. Tomorrow I do my daytime stream where I have a lot of people in there. I'd rather do that tomorrow if I can do that. If you're okay with that, I'd have no problem. You know that I have no problems doing that. No, I'm not very close to the bus crash, and I was not affected by it. But thank you for checking, Deborah. I appreciate that very much. But Stacy, tomorrow between 12 and 1, I'll be live, and I can set all that out. And if you're okay with that, I would have no problems doing that. Yeah, it was an 18-wheeler and a bus. I'll show you guys. Put a target on my back last night. Oh, really? He doesn't even know who you are. That's sad. Well, we got your back, Dinky. We got your back, brother. And I am glad that you're here as well, my friend. We love you, Brian. Absolutely love you. It's good to see all of you guys, all you meatballs, and even the ones that are not meatballs. I am super happy to be here with you guys. I appreciate it so very much. Uh, oh, yeah, that one is Katie. I knew that one. Um, it's a very sad scenario. Very sad. Doodle. You didn't have to do that, Doodle. Thank you so very much for that. I don't have my thing turned on here. I wonder if I can do it. Let me see if this changes anything. One moment here. Doodle, I love your that's Jim, what's his name? I love it. All right, guys, tell me if you can hear this because I can't. All right, thank you again for that 4.99 super chat, Doodle. I do appreciate you. Can you guys hear that? Deborah Thompson, wonderful to see you. Thank you for joining us tonight. Ashley in the house. What's going on, Ash? Good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well. Did you guys hear that background noise that I just played? Yes? Good. Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Kat. Good to know. Tina B's in the house. Good to see you, Tina. Good to have you here. Let me see here. Yeah, that's pretty much you're about that. That's about right, Chris. Miss Ashley, you didn't need to do that. Thank you very much. I do appreciate you. Anybody, thank you for that. It is very much appreciated. Yes, coffee. I do appreciate the coffee. That's a fact. And now that I got a real coffee maker, I can make real coffee again. It'll go towards my K cups to go in the coffee maker. Thank you. DS, welcome. Good to see you tonight. Oop, hold on. All right, all right. We're back. Sorry about that. And again, thank you, Ashley, for that. I do very much appreciate you. Space Junkie 69, what's going on? Good to see you. Lisa Vallejo, how are you? Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us tonight. I hate when these things get tangled like this. Sorry, guys. Jay is in the house. What is going on, brother? Good to have you here. Good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Guys, I don't know how many of you guys have checked this out already, but this gentleman here on screen has an amazing show with him and his wife, The Shaming of Jay, and they cover everything. They cover cases, courtroom cases, blah blah, just whatever, and talk. It's just great stuff, guys. Guys, if you can, please go check it out. Let's drop a link if we can for that show, too, if you will. The Shaming at Jay. Jay is, as you guys know, publicly buzzed. Bob Motto, Jay, they're kind of that corner. I love all of these guys. Great people, great friends, amazing, knows what they're talking about. And Jay's a funny guy too, by the way, guys. Absolutely hilarious. So thank you for joining us tonight, brother. I appreciate you. So if we can drop that link in there, guys, please go show some love. Subscribe if you haven't. Check it out. You will not be disappointed. I know a lot of you guys have already, but not all of you. Have a great night, Dinky. I love you, brother. I appreciate you, Jay. Always, always appreciate you. Welcome, Charlotte. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. First thing I will show you guys that whole thing with that bus thing real quick as we're still waiting for some more peeps to jump in here. It's like we got 96 people with 43 likes, guys. Let's make that match if we can, please. That way we can get this out into the algorithm. MK, good to see you. Let me see here. Sooner Girl, welcome to you. Kel. Uh, oop, yes. Natural healing, of course. And Walt Harris, thank you again, my friend. I appreciate you so very much. As always. Believe it or not, you guys, Walt came in here, started off as a troll, and he's an avid supporter and still here. Love it, love it. Love it, love it. Walt's a great guy. We're actually neighbors. And he keeps bringing up the damn donuts that are very close to me that I try to stay away from because they're amazing. Amazing. Good to see you, MK. Come on in, everyone. Let's get this rolling. 107 awesome peeps in here. We're getting there. We are getting there. 49 likes. Almost. Hold on here. Okay. I wondered what that was, Val. There we go. All right. Thank you so very much for that. I appreciate you. No, Kimberly, not unless you come in here being a troll. None of you guys have ever been trolls, but Walt claims it. Thank you, Walt. And I'm looking forward to having you here as always. Walt used to come in and he would heckle the hell out of me and just pick and poke. And now he's here and he's whole supportive 100%. And I love it. I love it. Walt is a great person. Great person. Oh, okay. Please do, Ashley. I have no problem talking about that. That's what I love is the disappearances and missing people cases are big issues for me. Those are the ones that really need the attention, like especially early on. It needs to be put out there so everybody can see it. That way it can be seen and helped with. Chief, what's going on? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. I know, Kimberly. I know. Just teasing you. Teasing back. And we love having you as a meatball, Walt. Always. Kel, thank you for that. And so are all of you. Oh, that is that. Oh, that's the link for the other video or the other channel, I believe. That's not Jay. But thank you, Sherry, for that one. Miss Sylvia, good to see you. Agent Redact is in the house. So are you, Walt. You absolutely are, my friend. Guys, leave a little DNA on that like button on your way through the door, if you will. Yes, I know Deshaun Watson is done for the year. And I'm kind of torn. I don't know if I'm upset or happy because I like PJ Walker. I do. I got to say, I do. Bombshell, what's going on? Good to see you. Good to have you here. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat, grab a chair, bring your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Come on in here, sit down, have a conversation with me if you will. I definitely appreciate it. Private driver went Taco Bell quesadilla trying to make some sense of it. I understand, MK. No worries. I gotcha. I gotcha. I'm gonna give you guys a chance to talk later here about this stuff too, if you want to, if you choose to. Evie Marie, good to see you, dear. Here. For those of you that were not informed, there was a bad bus accident here in Ohio. I had a few people that were checking on me to make sure it didn't affect me. It was horrible, absolutely horrific. Um, 1 second, I will show you. Well, no, we don't want to go to that one. Hold on. Okay, this was from yesterday. Oh, absolutely, he is. Yeah, for those of you that didn't see it, I'll show you real quick. It was very horrific. Yeah, he's down. He's got a torn shoulder or something, I think it was. He's always down though. I didn't, Deborah, but I love that stuff though. That is good. That is good. I should do that. That's a good point, Deborah. Thank you for telling me that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna show you guys right now, real quick. This was live yesterday from Fox. And again, I'm gonna put up a trigger warning just in case it might upset anybody because it's pretty horrific in my opinion. One second here. There we go. The trigger warning run across the bottom of this gift. You guys may get upset by this. You might want to step out for a minute, just for a minute. Bugsy, what's going on? We'll talk about that here in a minute. Bugsy, for sure. Thank you for joining us. Somebody else was in here. Strutter 614. Good to see you. I just saw somebody else too. I don't know who it was. If I missed you, I'm sorry. I did not mean to, but let's check this out real quick, you guys. And then we'll move on to what we're supposed to be doing. Woke up in 1984. It is good to see you. It's been a minute. American Princess, you as well. Thank you. Absolutely, Deborah. I for sure will. There it is. Shaming a J. Thank you, Sherry. Guys, if you can't and haven't done it, please check out this channel. Show some love, subscribe, check it out. You will not be disappointed. This is a great channel, great peeps. And again, I love Jay. I love what they do over there. His wife, she's amazing as well. Please check this out, guys. Thank you, Jay. Appreciate you, brother, for everything you do. That's a fact. All right, guys, let's check this out here.
Live now from Fox, I'm Giacomo Luca. The time now 11:11 on the East Coast, 8:11 over on the West Coast. We do have some breaking news to get to as we are returning here at the bottom of the hour here on Live Now from Fox. We are learning that at least 3 people have been killed,
Thank you,
another
Ashley.
15 others injured on a highway crash over in Ohio, just east of Columbus. This is the images coming into one of our partners, WBNS TV, over in the Columbus area. And here's what we're learning at this hour. A charter bus carrying students from a high school was rear-ended by a semi-truck on that Ohio highway Tuesday morning just before 9 o'clock, leaving 3 people dead, 15 others injured. That according to emergency officials. Apparently that charter bus was transporting students from a school there in eastern Ohio, according to the Licking County Emergency Management Agency Director Sean Grady. And there were a total of 57 people on that flight. I do want to take you to another image we have overhead. This image coming in from our partners over at WTTE TV, just showing both lanes of those highways completely blocked off right now at this hour. You can see the charter bus there and the semi right behind it. Numerous emergency responders remain on the scene. There were reports earlier of smoke coming from the bus and being seen in the area. Looks like all of that's dissipated at this moment.
Yeah, there was an SUV between the 2 vehicles, by the way, guys.
Many of them students, 57 people aboard that bus when it crashed. And you can see the damage there when the bus had been rear-ended, according to emergency officials on the scene. Again, that's the latest that we're getting from that accident off I-70 West in Licking County. This was near the Smoke Road underpass. We're headed out. We're going to go ahead and get back to some of our regular coverage. That's the latest we have here on this incident. But of course, when we get more, we'll make sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox.
Again, guys, horrific. I am about 4 hours north of that. So luckily, Amy Lane, yes, horrible. Absolutely horrible. Guys, if you can, just keep the families and the victims in your thoughts and your prayers at the very least. It was a horrific thing. I hate seeing things like that happen. And then multiple people, because they know I'm from Ohio, they had messaged me and checked on me to make sure I was okay. And I am, and I appreciate that. Tammy, good to see you. Um, yes, it was a charter bus. It's just horrific. You know, things can happen anywhere, guys. You think you're safe on the highway. Bunny is in the house. What's up, Bunny? Good to see you. Yes, I-70 there's a lot of accidents that happen. My daughter, you guys, she had just a little real quick story to go along with this. Thank God. She lived in Columbus and was heading here to see me. This happened 2 years ago. And she used to have a Chevy Sonic, like it's this big. Okay. And she got forced over and shoved up underneath the back end of a semi, and the car was crushed. Nothing happened to her, thank God, because she's so tiny. But you know how big a Sonic is. It's itty bitty, and so it's just dangerous out there. Very dangerous. So please be careful. Please be careful. I don't know, Brian. That's a good question. It happens. Like I said, they drive like maniacs out there. You know, the speed limit's 70. They go 90 to 100 miles an hour. I promise you, I've been out there multiple times. So it happens. It does happen. So, like I said, just keep them in your thoughts and prayers. That's all we can do, folks, and just pray that everybody that was injured comes out of it okay. And please pray for the people that are deceased at this point too. Um, yeah, 5 vehicles were totally involved in every with after the outcome of everything. Okay, I got 121 beautiful peeps in here. Thank you for joining us tonight, guys. I got 65 likes. Let's try to get that together and make that match, guys, if we can. That way we can get this out in the algorithm where it needs to be so it can be heard. Thank you, Mrs. Kelly. I appreciate that so very much. Thank you, Cappuccina. I do too. I like that name, Katie, very much so. All right. So the first thing that we're going to get into, you guys, trying to get this up before I get rolling. Candy Girl's in the house. I'd sing it to you, my dear, but my voice is kind of gruff tonight. Um, one second here. The first thing. Oop, 1 second, guys. I just heard. Uh oh. She's here.
Phantasmic Ether, good to see you.
Thank you for joining tonight. Good to have you here. It's okay, Phantasmic. No worries. Notifications don't go out anyhow like they're supposed to, so it's all good. It is all good. All right, 1 second here. Let me see here. All right. So as we know, I recently started covering the Delphi case with you guys. And yes, the notifications are crazy. They're give or take. You can get them or you won't get them. It just depends. Um, and I did quite a bit on it last week, I think it was, with you guys, and showed you everything that was going on, all the crazy stuff. And it's a very crazy case, like my back scratcher. Yay, yay. So, oh, Delphi is a doozy. That's a fact, Jay. So we knew that the last I had talked to you guys, I should say, about it. It's interesting, Chris. It really is. The last I had talked to you, there was they were trying to get the judge removed. Okay. They had they're trying to get Richard Allen's attorneys back on his defense team, the initial ones, and also the transcripts from the meeting that they had in the back, in quarters, judges' quarters. They were trying to get transcripts for that. So it looks like they're trying to force the judge to hand those over. I'm curious to see what the hell they say. So I'm going to show you a video that has a bit of an update on it here in a second. Where did this day go? I'm right here. Good to see you, Cryptic. Thank you for joining me. Oh, I got you, Brian. Well, we're not going to get into the details on that one, but I'm going to show you the other things that just popped up on it. As far as the details go with the other stuff, we won't be talking about that tonight. So let me see here. Okay. I agree, Sherry. I agree. Okay. Give me 1 second here for this. That's what I said, Jay. When a judge needs an attorney, there's something wrong. Completely wrong.
We are expecting new developments this week in the Delphi murders case. The Indiana Supreme Court is ordering the judge to turn over a transcript of her in-chambers conversations with Richard Allen's original attorneys back on October 19th. Now, that is the day that Bradley Rosie and Andrew Baldwin say Judge Francis Gull coerced them to resign as Richard Allen's attorney.
Now, as we had talked about before, what they just said, the judge coerced these attorneys, and we know, I showed you guys how that went down. The attorneys put in writing that they were recusing themselves as the attorneys, so on and so forth. Excuse me. And they didn't want to. They got an attorney to try, hey, Tammy, good to see you, to try to keep them on the case. They even went as far as to say that, because Richard Allen has the public defenders, that they would do it pro bono, no charge. She said, no, I can't have you doing this. So to me, that was quite suspicious, in my opinion. Why can you not cover? Why don't you want these specific attorneys on this case? That bothered me. Something about it bothered me. I'll just be honest with you. And everything else with this. Well, now I think they were coerced. I'll be honest with you, Chris. I really do. The way it all went down and what we saw, it comes off that way. I'm telling you, it really does. So, just saying.
Attorneys. Judge Gull is accusing the attorneys of gross negligence. She refused to reinstate them, even though they wanted to represent Allen for free. Instead, she appointed 2 new public defenders. So now.
And it's weird because these 2 public defenders, as I told you guys last week, at least one of them, this guy right here, is friends with her on Facebook. Now, I know that a lot of attorneys and judges and so on and so forth are their friends, but that seems to me to be kind of like a conflict of interest, in my opinion. She went looking for them. She brings them in. She does this and that. And it was just like, that's interesting, very interesting. But, that's my opinion. Paige, it's good to see you too. So just saying.
Now, the Indiana Public Defender Council is taking this to the state Supreme Court. They say the judge acted outside court policy, and they argue there should be more separation between the court and the council.
And there should be absolute independence between the judiciary and the attorneys representing indigent people. The judiciary should never have the authority or the power, nor should they want to hire and or fire lawyers in any case, and especially criminal cases where someone's freedom's on the line.
So again, we're expecting some new information this week. For now, Richard Allen is still set to go on trial on October 15th, 2024.
And again, this guy doesn't even look like he knows where he's at, you guys, in my opinion. He to me, I've been saying he looks like The Walking Dead, and it's not good. Again, for those of you that weren't familiar, they put this man in prison, said for his protection, okay, instead of keeping him in the county jail before he's even been, like, gone through his trial. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me at all. At all. Thank you, Deborah. You are appreciated very much. Oh, I hope not, Strutter. But a lot of people are saying that. There are a lot of people are coming off saying that, that GG life. How you doing? It's okay. No worries. You don't have to explain. Romina Moses, good to see you. If you're heading to bed, 84, thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. I will be live during the day tomorrow. I'm sorry. I just had doctor's appointments today, so I wanted to make sure I got to you guys, period. Amy Lane, thank you for being here. Amy says the judge was insinuating that his attorneys really wanted those photos released to the public, even though claimed to be stolen. So she wants to prevent them from. No, I don't believe that. Yeah, I've seen you say that, or I'm not saying I don't believe you. I'm saying I don't believe that that's what they wanted, guys. I don't at all. And that seems to me that she's using that as an excuse to keep them away from this case. Why does she not want them representing him so bad? Something about that bothers me. And I don't like conspiracy theories, but damn, this case has a lot of it flowing. It really does. And it seems to be coming true. It really does. Look at the difference about how BK. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Brian Koberger looks better since he's gone to jail. In my opinion, he does. He looks better since he's gone to jail. Richard Allen looks like the Walking Dead, folks. It's horrible. They don't let him wear a suit. I don't know if they don't let him, but he's not wearing one. They're not giving him the option. Everything this man does, everything. I think even going to the bathroom is video recorded. He's not allowed to have interviews with his attorneys privately. Nothing he does is in private. They stay on him. They watch everything he does. For what reason, I don't know. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. And it's not cool. Back to innocent till proven guilty, folks. We all support that in here. Excuse me. Something's wrong. Why are they up this guy's ass so bad? Why won't they leave him alone? Are they afraid he's going to say something? His phone calls with his wife are recorded. We know that, but they watch him as he does it. It's crazy. Bobby says if the attorneys weren't coerced, why is the judge so reluctant to thank you? Thank you. Why didn't she just say, here it is, no problem? Why did they have to push her to do it? It doesn't make any sense, guys. Something's wrong. There's something wrong in this case. Way wrong. And I think that they know. I don't like the fact that that's it either. He hasn't even pled Phantasmic, let alone be found guilty. It's sick. It's all crazy. Very crazy.
If his original attorneys are reinstated, they want to start the trial in 70 days.
There you go. And I hope that they can get her taken off this case. I hope she recuses herself. But if not, then whatever happens, happens. But I hope they can get her taken off the case because I think if they can, they get a new judge in, those attorneys will be able to be brought back in because they seem to have his best interest at heart, in my opinion. They were doing a great job for him. He wants them. Welcome back, Dark Fae and Tomboy and Groot. Good to see you guys. That's my opinion. Murky Piglet, good to see you as well. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. There's something going on with that, in my opinion. As we know, they started talking about the whole Odinism thing. We know that as he was being held in prison, there were some COs in the prison that were wearing Odinite patches on their uniforms, things like that, guys. These are all the things we talked about, but damn, why? What's up with this? You know what I mean? So, let me see something here. All right, hold on a minute here. Let's see. Okay. Now I don't know if you guys saw this, but I want you to see this. Hold on a second, everyone. 1 second here. There we go. Where did it go? Okay. Now, these are the 6 bombshells that have been dropped on this since this all went down, okay? As the attorneys were getting the boot from the case, as it states. Oh, right, Bonnie. I've heard that before. All right. I just wanted you guys to know mainly that they're being forced to turn over those transcripts. That's going to make a huge difference, I think. I want to know what was said. I don't know if we're going to get it. Okay, what's up, Pisces? Good to see you. Good to have you here. I'd like to know what they say, though. I really would. All right, here we go. And then we're going to talk about this.
He's dismissed. Lawyers fighting back. A judge in the center of it all. It has been a week of bombshells in the Delphi murder investigation, and we're bringing you the top 6 biggest updates from this case that has been years in the making. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. The man accused of killing 2 young girls in Indiana more than 5 years ago is dealing with some major legal bombshells today. His attorney wants the judge on the case thrown out. I'm going to give you some background here and a little context. So Richard Allen, he's charged with 2 counts of murder in the deaths of 13-year-old Abby Williams and 14-year-old Libby German back in 2017. Their bodies were found near a bridge in Delphi after the girls went for a walk on a hiking trail. An autopsy report shows that the 2 were stabbed, but an FBI agent said that in a search warrant request that it appeared that the bodies may have been moved and staged. Now, despite the girls apparently having been stabbed to death, one of the central pieces of evidence is an unspent bullet that was found at the crime scene near the girls' bodies, and prosecutors claim that that bullet came from a handgun owned by Richard Allen. That's how they tied him to the crime. Well, these murders, they absolutely rocked the small town of Delphi, Indiana, which only has a population of about a few thousand. There was a desperate search for the killer. It really went nowhere for years until police finally announced that they had a suspect. So Allen was arrested last October, and he has pled not guilty. Well, since then, Allen has been represented by attorney Bradley Rozzi, as well as court-appointed attorney Andrew Baldwin. And they've spent nearly a year building this case. In fact, in September, they requested something called a Franks hearing. That means that they suspected a false statement was included in a search warrant for Allen's home. So the goal is to invalidate the warrant so that potentially any evidence that was recovered from his home couldn't be used at trial. It would be suppressed. The defense claimed that Carroll County Sheriff Tony Liggett acted intentionally or recklessly when he omitted or lied about information in an affidavit that he submitted to a judge to get that warrant last year. There was also a motion from the defense last month looking to keep the prosecution from getting a hold of Allen's medical and mental health records. Prosecutors subpoenaed the records from Allen's time in prison, which has been since November 3rd of 2022. The defense called that unreasonable. They said that they doubted that those records would lead to anything substantive, meaning any actual evidence that's relevant to the case. The attorneys also argued earlier this year that Allen should be moved to a different detention center while he awaits trial. Right now, he's in something called the Westville Correctional Center. The attorney said it's kind of hard getting there to see their client, that his well-being has declined since he's been there. They argue Allen, who's not been convicted of a crime, is being treated less favorably than inmates who are convicted criminals. The judge ended up ruling that that wasn't the case and denied the move to a smaller jail. Okay, so that's what's happened in the last few months, but now we want to get into the major bombshells from last week. When the suspect and the defense counsel were supposed to appear in court, instead, the judge came out and said Baldwin was, quote, voluntarily withdrawing from the case and that she suspected Mr. Rozzi would submit his withdrawal soon.
He never did. He didn't want, neither one of them wanted to leave, just so you guys know.
Now, the entire announcement lasted only about a minute. Take a listen.
Thank you
Take
for your
care,
patience,
healing. Have a
ladies
great
and
night.
gentlemen.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. McClellan, Mr. Luttrell, for your patience. We've had an unexpected turn of events, ladies and gentlemen. Earlier this afternoon, the defense attorneys have withdrawn their representation of Mr. Allen. Mr. Baldwin made an oral motion to withdraw. I granted that oral motion to withdraw, and Mr. Rozzi will be submitting a written motion to withdraw, I'm assuming within the next couple of days. They have confirmed with the court that Mr. Allen's financial situation remains static, meaning he is continuing to be entitled to appointed counsel. I will reach out to public defenders to make that appointment. As Mr.
That was good.
Allen is now without counsel, I've ordered him transported back to the Department of Correction.
But here's the thing. According to Attorney Razi, this wasn't their choice. No, he claims in a court filing that the Judge Francis Gall, ordered Razi and Baldwin to cease work on Allen's case, ordered them to do that on October 12th, that they would then have a follow-up meeting on October 19th, a hearing. But Razi says before that hearing, the judge ambushed them. This was during a conference in her chambers, and that she allegedly accused them of gross negligence in their representation of Allen, and that she forced Baldwin to resign from the case, and she expected Razi to do the same. So now Razi wants the judge to be kicked off this case. You see, the issue here is, and why the attorneys may have been.
And the things that she accused them of doing that were grossly negligent are just stupid. I showed you guys in the document last week. Everything that they put in there is just him defending himself as a defendant. It's stupid. And that was my biggest question too. Why was Richard Allen not party to that hearing? I feel, based on the amendments that were violated, that he should have been. Very much so. That's my opinion. So I have a huge problem with that as well. Pisces, I'm so sorry. You have my condolences. I just saw that. My apologies, hon. I hope that you're doing okay with that. Very much so. I absolutely do. And congrats, Gigi. Thank you for being with this family, this community for 3 months. We appreciate you so very much. So very much. Let me see. What did Van just say? Because some are on Twitter acting like, they attorneys left because they believe. Oh, yeah. See, and I don't believe that's how they want it to look, in my opinion. That's my opinion, that's how they want it to look.
Asked or forced to be kicked off the case is because there was an evidence leak that apparently came from Baldwin's office earlier this month. Allegedly, a former employee of Baldwin's had accessed the evidence that was given over under discovery and then leaked some of it to people on social media. The photos eventually made their way to a podcast called The Murder Sheet, and the co-hosts were able to figure out where the leak likely came from, and they reported it. Well, Allen reportedly told the judge he doesn't want his attorneys removed. He says that he has developed, quote, a strong and trusting bond with Mr. Baldwin, and that if Baldwin was taken off the case, that would greatly prejudice his right to counsel in a timely trial. Allen says that it is not Baldwin's fault for what happened, that he did nothing wrong, that he was snookered and abused.
And for those of you that don't know what happened, there was somebody that used to work for Baldwin in his office, no longer did, came by the office to visit out of nowhere. Amazingly enough, he just, hey, how you doing? How you been? Snuck into the conference room, saw the files for Richard Allen and the files that had the crime scene photos in it, took pictures of them, left, and then sent them out gave them to somebody else, showed them somebody else who put them out. In turn, this person has taken their own life after this fact. Okay, this is all very sus, guys. I'm sorry, but it is very weird the way this all went down. And now the judge is using that against this defense team, saying that they can't be trusted, basically, in layman's terms. Hey, AR, good to see you. So that's where this has all gotten very, very much weirder than it was. It's crazy. I mean, that's my thought too, and that's what it almost looks, and I could comfortably say this, as if it was set up that way. Okay, it very much does. And just like in real life, when you haven't seen somebody in years, and all of a sudden they show up, it's a red flag. Come on, guys. Let's think about this for a minute. That just doesn't make sense. So that was my thought on that. Fantastic. Maybe he was paid to hack in to get those pics to set up the attorney so they'd be removed. I mean, that's what I'm saying, Ether. I mean, it looks that way. It almost could look that way if we look at everything else. I hate saying things like this, okay? But that sure could look that way. I'm trying to have faith in the fact that these people take their job seriously enough to not do something like that. But you sure as hell could say it sure as hell looks that way, in my opinion.
With all of that going on, Rozzi is now asking Judge Gall to recuse herself from Allen's case, saying
I'm not
her
sure, Brian,
impartiality is in
exactly what it was.
question. She has shown a bias against Allen, and her forcing Rozzi and Baldwin to stop representing Allen violates his constitutional rights. Also, Rozzi accused Judge Gall of removing or concealing some of the defense's legal pleadings from the public case summary, which he argues is in violation of local rules. Now, even though Rozzi had filed these motions calling out the judge still issued an order reiterating that, yes, both of these attorneys have been dismissed from the case and their names should be removed from the docket. A lawyer representing the lawyers, yes, that is a thing, a lawyer representing the lawyers, says that Judge Gall doesn't have the authority to remove Allen's counsel from the case based on this private closed-door chambers meeting. By the way, think about this. Richard Allen is supposed to go to trial in January of 2024, only a few months away, but it's being reported now that judge is expected to delay that trial date when Allen and his defense attorneys, wherever they may be, come back to court on October 31st. So we'll get more information then. In the meantime, Richard Allen remains behind bars. That's all we have for you here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. Please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. Speak to you next time.
All right, guys. So there's that. And there's a lot with this going on. A lot. And there's more. There's more coming. I can promise you there's more coming. Okay? A lot more. So what I'd like to do now is give you guys the option. Or we got 5 more likes to get out there in that algorithm, folks. If you guys could do that, leave that DNA on that like button. Please, 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 if you will. The next thing I would like to do is I would like to open up the panel. I want to hear your guys' thoughts on this. I really do. If you will. So, if I can move this. Where are we at here? There we go. I'm going to pin it in the chat. Come on in here. Let's talk about this, you guys. Any one of you guys, come on up here. Space Junkies, good to see you. I remember seeing the initial reports of Allen's arrest, and the discussion was around the difference in stature between Allen and the photo of the man on the bridge. I have issues thinking that, yes, Pisces, it's Delphi. I have issues with that being Richard Allen on the bridge. I don't know. Something about his gait. There's just something about it that makes me not think it's him. I don't know why. No problems. No worries, Brian. You don't ever have to explain that, buddy. Ever. I know what you're going through, brother. And I pray for you every night, Brian. I really do. I hope you're doing okay, bud. I just appreciate you being in here either way. And again, guys, if nobody wants to jump up here and talk about Delphi, that's fine. We're moving forward too. We have some stuff to talk about in Idaho as well. And I know a lot of you guys want to talk about that. That's what I said, Junkie. The gate's all wrong for him. And that video itself, okay. If we've watched Richard Allen walk to and from court multiple times. Okay. I know that video has been looped and it's a very small clip of it, but damn, I just don't think it's him. It doesn't look like him either. Something about that, his build, his frame, just doesn't look like him to me. That's all I'm saying. But I agree with you on that one. Definitely. What are we talking about here, heavy metal? Did I miss something? That's kind of where I'm at with it too, GG. It just doesn't feel like him. And I haven't felt like it with him. No problem. No problem. Nobody has to. We don't have to talk about. Nobody has to come up and talk about Delphi at all. Like I said, we'll just be moving forward. Oh yeah, I've heard about the prosecutor's father being an arsonist. I can't prove that yet, but I have definitely heard that accusation, folks, and it's like, wow, that's pretty crazy. Yeah, I'm going to be digging into that as well. The ex-mayor's dad had some sort of, yes, I've heard that too. Good deal. Good deal. I'm telling you, Chief, it's not, it's in my opinion, it's not the same guy. We know that the audio was definitely messed with, in my opinion. And that's my biggest, thank you for saying that, Deborah. That is a huge issue for me. How are you going to match an unspent bullet to a gun? Because we all know when a bullet's fired from a revolver or a gun, period, once it goes through that chamber and out through the end of that gun, it has markings on it. That is how you match it up to a specific gun. Okay. If this bullet is unspent, how many people in the country have that same gun? Okay. So you're going to say, because Richard Allen owns that gun, he had to be the person because that bullet came from him. I'm sorry, but that's bullshit. Bullshit. I could have the same gun. Does that mean I did it? No. That's dumb. If the bullet would have been fired from the gun and they matched it to his gun, okay, you got me. There it is. That makes sense. That would have proved it, but that's not how that happened, guys. So again, no. There were no fingerprints on the gun or on the bullet that were Richard Allen's. If that would have even made it make more sense if there was fingerprints on that bullet. There wasn't. It's stupid. It is stupid. Yeah, I was kind of thinking that too, but that's okay. Thank you, Ashley. It's an unused bullet. Did he leave DNA? That's what I was saying. Nothing. There was nothing. They didn't talk about DNA. They didn't talk about fingerprints. They didn't talk about anything. All they said was that he has the same gun. Okay, so what? A lot of other people do. A lot of other people do. Yeah, it reminded me of something else. Okay, there was the Deborah Collier case that we covered last year. You guys remember that one? They found an unspent bullet at the scene. Different type of bullet, but still, they found it at the scene where they found Deborah's body. That was never brought up. They didn't even look at that. They just said, oh, here it is. We found it. Boom, boom, boom. And then they said she unalived herself. Doesn't make sense to me. Again. Heavy metal. I think they were talking about the fact that you were over in Detective John's stream. I'm okay, guys. It doesn't bother me. There were some comments made, I guess, that bothered some other people. So don't go attacking anybody, guys. I'm okay. Everybody's okay. But I think it bothered some people. That's all, heavy metal. Well, thank you so very much, Gigi, for gifting that membership. That is so very much appreciated. Nicola Bully, Kylie Rodney. Oh, I know. There was a lot of them. There was a lot of them. A whole lot. Oh, it's all right, Deborah. Kimberly, I wouldn't say all that, but thank you. So anyway, I have a lot of issues about this case, guys. A lot of issues. And I'm going to until they until they make it different. They change it. They prove, what that I'm wrong about these things, or that these things are not what they look like. Then yeah, it definitely smells fishy. Yes, a lot are still very much unsolved. That's fact, Sherry. There's a lot of these cases that bothered me. Kylie Rodney bothered me. Deborah Collier bothered me. All of these bothered me. I don't know. But anyway, moving forward with that, let's move on through the sorry guys, there's a light in the background, so I keep doing that thing. It's okay. So let's go to the let's start back to Idaho, guys. That is the next topic, of course. As we've all seen, that's still crazy over there. One second here. Hold on a minute here. Oh, Lord, come on. Here we go with this again. Okay, thank you, Wisdom. And I would appreciate that, guys. Let's all be respectful, please. We don't need any drama. Let's just try to make it. Well, we can make it through this. No big deal. Where is this? All right. Okay. Where is this at? Hold on. Bear with me, folks. For whatever reason, my link's not working. I will make it work, though. No worries. Where's it at? Oh, wait a minute. I think I know what happened. There it is. I knew. I guess I got to use it that way to get it to work. Sorry, folks. Okay. Mike D, what's going on, brother? Good to see you. All right. Let's see here. Nope. Okay, so there's no new documents at this moment. Judith Arrington, good to see you. I heard on another channel that the guards with the Odin patches made him call his. It's been talked about. There's no actual proof of that. Okay, blah. You can shut your camera off, blah. I see ya. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, buddy.
There we go. Welcome, bud. Good to have you.
Good to be here, buddy.
Absolutely. Thank you for joining us. So what's going on today? Still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to talk Delphi if you want to talk Delphi.
Yeah, let's talk about it. Yeah, absolutely.
I kind of feel like Alan's being set up similar to Brian in Idaho, whereas the police are just getting just enough circumstantial evidence of him being in the area, but they're not going to have, enough proof to show that he actually did the crime.
Yeah. I think this is actually worse than what Idaho looks like. This is, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, Delphi looks much better for RA than RA getting acquitted,
right,
or not guilty.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you at this point, blah. Like I've always said, I'm on the fence with Brian Koberger about whether he did it or not. With Delphi, I really lean towards the fact that Richard Allen very possibly is innocent on this one. That's just my opinion. So, because of the way that this looks, you know what I mean? So, I think
Yeah,
there might,
we're all waiting for more proof or more connection.
for sure. For sure.
I really don't see that.
Your microphone just cut out, buddy. You there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, your mic had cut out. So, what do you think about what's going on with the judge and the um all of the way that she's reacted and about her pulling the attorneys off, coercing the attorneys? What are your thoughts on all that there, Blah?
I think the judge is pissed off about about the memo, about the memorandum.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't like the wording of how the defense is calling the sheriff a liar and
Mm-hmm.
calling the investigation dirty. And
I agree.
I think Gull is just really in bed with the state as far as team government and um, team government.
It's definitely looking that way, in my opinion, as well. She's I think she's abusing her power, in my opinion, at this point.
For sure, she is.
One, I think Richard Allen should have been party to that meeting that was had in her quarters. That's one.
Yep, that's true.
Two, she should have no right, especially when the two gentlemen said that they wanted to uh to defend him pro bono. That should have been all there was said. Nothing more. She had no
Yeah.
right to say that, in my opinion. Nothing.
Yeah, she can't deny that.
Nope. No. And it's insane. It seems
Didn't-
like
she didn't give him any due process.
mm-mm.
She just said, "You did it. You're guilty."
That's it.
And they could have, well, they first needed to have enough time or enough notice to know that there was going to be something.
I agree with you. I do agree with you. And the fact that they go in the back, they have this little meeting, they come out, and she says they're going to, there's been a change of plans, and acted surprised. Okay, that was funny to me. And said they're gonna be removing themselves from the case, such and such. The first attorney's gonna do it, and then Rosie's gonna do it later, and he didn't. He didn't.
Right. Right.
And I think that pissed her off. Sorry to say, but
That was a damn lie.
yeah,
It was not unexpected at all. It was totally planned.
that's right. That's right. And that's what I'm saying. This is not how the judicial system is supposed to work, you guys. We know that. Okay. And this is what I'm saying. These are the things that have to stop happening. This is insane. This man, in my opinion, if this judge stays on this case, he's done. And I know you agree with me, Blah. He's done.
I do. Her Facebook friends, aka the new defense lawyers, they probably won't do a Frank's hearing.
No,
They won't call out the sheriff for being liars. They won't say anything about the Odin defense. Richard Allen would be totally screwed.
I agree. And Bob Motto was there when this all went down. Okay. If we watched his show, I think I showed you guys, but if you watch that show, he was stating how he was sitting there and 9 police officers walked into the courtroom right before she come back in and sat down, almost as in a show of intimidation, in my opinion. That's my opinion on that one. And then she said what she said, and then that was it. How is that legal, in my opinion? I'm sorry.
That was definitely definitely intimidation, show of force.
Thank you.
That's her showing her. She was king of the courtroom. That she was going to screw him over. That she was going to.
It's her court. That's it. Yes, sir. You're right.
But the worst part about it is that if she'd have gone through it and she would have stomped him in the mud like she wanted to, that would have made Richard Allen look bad.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she was. It wouldn't just make the defense lawyers look bad and humiliate them. It would also taint the jury pool. Any person from Indiana here. I live here in Indiana.
Right.
If I was to see that display on the thing, it would make me think negatively about Richard Allen, the client.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Mama Bear lives out there too. She said the same thing.
Yeah.
It definitely would,
Yeah, I live about an hour away. I'm gonna drive up there, man. I'm
Good.
gonna go see it.
Good. Support it, brother. Support it. Make it not, I'm not saying to support him. Support the way the law is supposed to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because
the judicial system needs to be.
it does. It does. And I'm sick of seeing this, you guys. I'm so sick of seeing this. We see this more and more and more and more. In this case, like I said, everybody said that Idaho was crazy. And I know you've been in here, Blah, when we've talked about Idaho. And we've seen these things, but not like this. Not like this. Not like this.
Delphi's on another level for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And like I said,
in every way.
Absolutely. What is her? I forgot. What is her first name again? Judge Gall. What's her first name, you guys?
Francis.
That's it, Francis. That's it. But yeah, I think she is the classic. What's that, buddy?
Seagull.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people
Seagull.
What was I gonna say? Hold on a minute here. I'm trying to find something for you guys. Where'd it go? I think she is a classic
narcissist.
Yes, definitely narcissistic.
Hugest narcissist ever.
I agree. And I think she is a classic case of abuse of power, in my opinion. I'm sorry. That's just my opinion. Nobody has to fall in with that, but I definitely feel that way.
That's probably why she got denied being a Supreme Court justice. They probably knew she had her ego was too big.
I can agree.
And probably her politics was bad.
And like Jay said earlier, any judge that needs an attorney, something's wrong.
That's right.
Something is wrong. Big time.
I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that before.
Me either. That's the absolute first time I've seen or heard of anything like that.
Never heard of that. That's crazy. Ever. I've never heard of that.
You know, and without going down a rabbit hole with this, but I mean, like I said, guys, this whole scenario, the way this has all gone down, to say that this looks set up to me is not far from the truth as far as I'm concerned. Prove it to me that it's not now, okay? Not that I mean, I'm just saying, show me how that you could prove that this doesn't look set up to me.
The thing that bothers me is if she's claiming that it's so darn bad what they did, which the pictures never got out. The pictures never got out.
Right.
But I mean, leaking information. Period. If just doing that is so bad, then why didn't she reprimand the state or the police officers or Doug Carter for leaking information to good old Barbara McDonald?
Thank you very much. Somebody else said that in chat. Yeah, you're right.
She was up there on court TV drawing the pictures of the sticks and talking about all that stuff that her source told her that there was carvings on the trees, that there was possible blood markings of an F on a tree, and then the sticks were placed in different ways, and
Yep.
uh,
And then
she said on TV that a source told her that from law enforcement.
there, thank you very much.
So where was the outrage, or where was the gross
Why did-
negligence?
right.
Gross negligence there. She didn't say nothing about that.
Why
She
didn't
didn't care nothing about that.
That's it. Why didn't she make a big deal about that? She made a big deal about something else that wasn't even close to that, but that's a big deal. And we all saw that. I showed you guys again, which is ridiculous because other people come out and said, oh well, the sticks just kind of fell that way, and that was the mark on the tree was this thing. That's so ridiculous. We're not dumb, folks. We don't believe these things.
I can't not laugh when I hear somebody say that.
You have to laugh. And of course,
Crazy.
I think it was Jennifer Coffendorfer that said that. Oh, they just kind of fell that way. It was just a coincidence. Miss me with that bullshit. I'm sorry.
There's no way.
That's a joke.
Or some people say they were trying to cover them.
Yeah. Yeah,
that was cover somebody. You don't cover somebody with a couple of sticks. You grab a bunch of leaves and you grab a whole bunch of sticks to try to cover somebody if you're trying to cover them, you know.
Right. You're right.
And then sticks don't accidentally fall out of the trees cut straight across like
that's what I said.
Like a fucking saw cut.
That is exactly what I said. They don't have clean cuts like that when they fall off the tree. We know that. That's just it's just stupid. They think that people are going to believe these things. You know, it's ridiculous. And like Leslie just said, why did the Attorney General's office not want to defend her? They know. Okay, they're not going to put themselves in a position to defend somebody that's going to make them look stupid. Okay, or they know that this woman's wrong. Period, guys. That's my opinion.
I think the Attorney General got herself into some trouble recently. I don't know what, but I think there was something else going on with her, like her own situation, something recently.
I heard.
So she was like, I don't want to add anything else on. I got enough on my plate already.
Very good point. Very good point. I agree.
Yeah.
Are you talking about who are you talking about there, Sherry? Was it oh yeah, right. And I agree. But and here's the thing, guys. As I said the last time we talked about this, I can't say that Richard Allen is guilty or innocent, okay? But I do feel that if he is guilty, that he's at the bottom of the totem pole, and there's quite a few other people that are possibly involved. That's my opinion on that. I think if he is involved, that he is what they just pinned it all. They put it all on him, and they all walked away. You know what I mean? That's my opinion, if that's the case, because this guy just does not. I don't know. There's something about this that bothers me. You know I said that I'm on the fence with Brian Koberger as well, but it's different, guys. This is way different. And I've told you guys with the Idaho case that Brian very well could be guilty of this. Okay. I have a struggle with Richard Allen with this. I really do. And I didn't pay attention to it when he was first arrested. I'm like, okay, they caught the guy. Great. It took 6 years, but it is what it is. Now, as we started going into this, I'm like, wait a minute now. What? What? That's all you could say is like, what? It's crazy this morning, that cat. So this one's insane. It really is. It really is.
And then that story about we lost the note, or we lost the secretary from the FBI, but she's a civilian secretary. She filed the reference note from good old Dan Doolin.
Yeah, right.
None other than Dan Doolin, of course, from him. She lost the note for 5 years, and then finally somebody went back and found the note that fell behind the desk 5 years later.
The professor, the college professor, and all that other stuff. Yeah, I know. Conveniently.
So you know why I think they did that? that 5-year thing with the note, or with
What's
the
that?
Richard Allen, Richard Allen saying that he was there, note. I think when Dan Doolin took Richard Allen's statement, he wrote down the phone data numbers, information for his stock ticker thing,
Right.
and they would the police, of course, would run that down, the data information, to see exactly what time did he start there, or what time did he get there, and what time did they leave. And I think they ran that shit right away, and they saw that Rick was there at noon and left at 1:30, so it wasn't him. So they put Rick Allen to the side for 5 years because his phone thing proved that he was innocent. I
Right.
mean, I know that doesn't, totally prove that he's innocent, but that goes in his favor a great deal.
Sure.
I mean, so I think what they did was, they waited 5 years to get that phone data information to fall off the system for Verizon or wherever it was.
Yeah.
So that now when they go to court, they'll just say, "Oh, well, we don't have Richard's phone data because it's been 5 years, and that information is gone because we didn't have the tip.
Absolutely.
We didn't get the tip until 5 years later. So when we went to go find the information to see what time his phone says that he was there, now we can't go get that now."
Right. Right.
So I think they just took that information and threw it in the garbage and said, let's just wait until that falls off, so now he doesn't have an alibi.
I agree with you. I do agree with you, sir.
And then
Absolutely.
and then the picture of Libby, no, the picture of Abby on the bridge with
Yes.
the jeans and the Converse shoes and the pink shirt. That thing is fake as shit, man. It's photoshopped.
Yeah. You're not the only person to point that out, buddy.
The we can't trust the BG video. We can't trust the Abby photo because the killers, whoever they were, they had Libby's phone. They took her phone and they were able to Photoshop that picture, and they took a picture from Libby's phone that was from the day before, and Abby had her pink shirt on with a softball in her hand,
Right.
playing catch with her grandpa at the hotel, and that's the picture that they used to Photoshop into the bridge picture.
I've heard that from others as well, and it makes a lot of sense. It really does.
So
Really.
I really hope that the defense will have enough money to get an expert to come in and say, hey, this is Photoshop shit, and this is not evidence. Now the timeline is crap. You can't even say what time that they were on the bridge. You can't even say they were on there. Period.
That's fact. And that audio, we know the audio is fake too, or it's been messed with, I should say, not fake.
Yeah,
Um,
and
you
then
know,
and then the BG video. First you got to worry that the killers mess with it, but then what we're looking at now. What we're looking at is from the FBI and NASA.
yeah.
Freaking NASA and Disney.
Right. Right.
NASA
Right.
and Disney mess with that photo to give us something.
There
And
you
so,
go.
for all we know, there was a fake image over the face from the killers because they grabbed the phone and they were somewhere else. They weren't even on the bridge, and then they did their Photoshop, eliminating the face, and then NASA and Disney and the FBI get in there and they blow it up, and they put whatever Photoshop stuff that they put on it.
Right. Anything is possible. Anything is possible. And I mean, it's not far fetched to think those things at all. It really isn't.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know for sure how tall he is. We don't know um, other
Delphi,
other
maybe.
other stuff on the outside of his jacket and face and hat. Some people say that the hat's not even or they're admitting that the hat is put on there fake. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I've heard that. I've heard that too. I mean, and I'll tell you, I'll be honest with you. I hate to say this because, and I'm not going to put it out there, but when another person was brought into this, I'm just going to give the initials BH. We know who that is. When he got brought into this, my head did a 360, and I was just like, wait a minute. What? It was kind of interesting. I'll just say that. That's all I'm going to say about that because there's no concrete proof with anything at that point. You know what I'm saying? But it definitely makes you think, and makes you look in that direction.
The thing with BH to me is the shit that he was putting on his Facebook pages.
Oh yeah,
he was putting stuff on there that only the crime scene would know.
That's why I turned to 360, like I said.
Yeah.
And then as soon as people started talking about that person, and I know you saw this too because we talked about it in here. As soon as they started talking about that person, he went nuts and started posting, I couldn't have been there. I was working and this and that. And you people are crazy and blah, 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 blah. Listen, if I didn't have anything to do with this and I thought it was ridiculous, I wouldn't have said a word. I really wouldn't have. I'd have just ignored it and moved forward.
The thing that
go ahead. No, go ahead.
The thing that pisses me off about BH is the investigation into him.
It wasn't done.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, the investigators go to his work, and they don't ask any of the other employees, "Hey, do you remember that day? Did he clock out early? Is it possible to clock out early?" And then there's the video camera that there's a video camera that shows every car that comes into work there, I guess.
Yeah.
And the police just asked about it. We don't know for sure if the police actually looked at it.
That's true.
To see, and we don't know that if they did look at it, if they got his face. And then not only that, but he said that he got off work at what 1:45 or something. Whatever it was,
I think.
Yeah, whatever time it was, he still was within 45 minutes. He could have been there. So if somebody else abducted the kids, he could have been there at the end part of it.
You're right.
He could have gone over there and killed him.
That is very factual, sir. Very much factual. Very possibility.
He still could have showed up in time to do whatever.
I can agree with that. Yes, I can. Definitely. Well, I appreciate your input on this. I really do. Like I said, guys, there's a lot to this, and there's going to be a lot more that comes out with this. I guarantee you. At this point, my biggest hope is that this judge will either recuse herself or they will remove her. I know I signed the petition. Not that I matter, but I know quite a few people did. Hey, Molly, good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us tonight. But yeah, it needs to happen, in my opinion. That's the biggest thing at this point that needs to be done. Is she needs to be removed, and we need to move forward. I'm hoping that if she is removed, like I said, that the new judge will bring his defense team back on board and allow. Whoa, how did that just happen? What's going on here? That was weird. And allow for hold on a minute, guys. I do not know why that just happened like that. That was weird. Looks like the ghost is messing with my buttons again. Okay, that was strange. Sorry, folks. But anyway, but I think if that happens, they bring that defense team back. I think that some good things are going to come out of that, and maybe things will be the way they're supposed to be in this case. That's my opinion. Thank you for joining us, Blah. I don't know what just happened. He dropped off or whatever, and I blew up. So, okay. Thanks for joining us, Blah. I appreciate you very much. No problem, buddy. I don't know why that happened, but that's okay. That was weird. So anyway, moving forward, you guys. Moving forward. Back to Moscow, Idaho, and what's going on over there. So I don't know how many of you guys saw this court TV thing that came out, the case against Brian Koberger. Did anybody get to watch that? I heard a few people did. Did you do it, Phantasmic? I see that. That was creepy weird, guys. I'm telling you, there's a ghost in my house. Okay, American Princess. Good to see you, by the way. Mandy Joe, the Wonder Mod's in the house. Thank you for joining us, Mandy. Good to see you. Let's talk about this here too. With this, I didn't get to cover this with you guys because I had some things going on and I wasn't able to do it Sunday night. Excuse me. Yeah, hopefully, J-Lit. Hopefully it doesn't start to be mean, you know. Let me see. Let me catch up here in the chat. Make sure. All the capital letters. Okay. Why is this still doing this? I thought hold on, guys. Let me fix this real quick. Okay, here we go. Yes, I saw that interview as well. All right, well, let's go through some of this then and talk about this and whatever else you guys want to touch on. And again, I'll give you guys the floor if you'd like to talk on anything that has to do with Idaho, anything new, we can do that. All right.
The four were stabbed with a knife, but no weapon has been located.
The true crime story that sent shockwaves across the country.
All of us are shaken.
4 murders, and then the guys just running around on loose is a little unnerving.
The victims, 4 college students.
Ethan, Zana, Madison, and Kaylee.
I miss her smile. She was so giving.
Positive and fun, and we love her and miss her so much.
Now, a PhD criminology student accused of the murders.
How you feeling, Brian? What did you do?
Detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Christopher Koberger.
Hello. How you doing?
How y'all doing today?
Every inquiring mind wants to know why. Why would Brian Koberger do this?
The maximum penalty is death and/or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes. Plus the evidence.
On that knife sheath was DNA, likely left there by the killer.
Including those 12 times when he's hanging around this house. You better have a pretty good reason for this. Guess what? The defendant, the son.
Is the movie, I'm sorry, the movie. Is the sound better, guys? Let me know. I might have had to mute my mic. I saw that, Cryptic.
Suspect, the accused, what does he drive? A white Elantra.
The way that we have been convicting Koberger is absolutely appalling and disgusting.
I want all the evidence out. I want it to be clear.
If I'm the parent of one of these 4 kids, he is the boogeyman.
I try not to think too much about any of the darker side of the aspects. I just try to stay positive. There'll be days where I have to focus on the negativity, but today's not one of them. I miss her smile, and that she was so giving. When she came home, she was always giving me a hug, always making sure she got a hug before she left the house. Just the simple things. These girls were born 14 days apart. We loved them both so much. It was a great, great story, and I'm sad that it ended, and we lost them both at the same time. I'll never see this car as mine. She paid for it. She felt like this was a super cute car.
It was emotional riding with Steve in Kaylee's car on her birthday. We saw that vehicle at that home each day inside the crime scene tape. Kaylee and her friends Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin were stabbed to death at the University of Idaho. And that car was part of the reason Kaylee was in town that weekend of the murders.
When she bought her car, it wasn't her birthday, but it was a gift that she gave herself because she just got a new job. So I remember her being super excited for that and, you know, showing Maddie and driving down there and showing her friends off with it.
Those friends, Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, Dylan Mortensen, and Bethany Funk, all lived together in the house on King Road, along with Kaylee's dog, Murphy.
Murphy, you've been a bad boy.
There's a video of all 5 of the girls together in the home posted just 2 weeks before the murders. They're laughing, making fun of each other, imitating each other.
Did anybody do their chores today? I'm just gonna do it. You didn't get out of here. You seriously got to get out of here.
If you look back at the moment, you can actually see their whole lives. These girls really did do the social media stuff.
Get down. Get down.
And these girls, you know, they were everywhere. So people got a taste and a look and a feel of who they really were. I think people connected with that. And then if you go back, you can see, like, I hate to say it, but like the last hours of their lives.
A huge point.
Those last hours included 2 photos posted by Kaylee. On one of them, she wrote, "One lucky girl to be surrounded by these people." According to investigators, that last night, Ethan and Xana go to a party at the Sigma Chi house. They're there till about 1:45 a.m. that morning. Maddie and Kaylee go downtown Moscow, to a bar called the Corner Club. And then about 1:30 a.m., they walk to a food truck to grab a bite to eat.
And then what was the back?
Don't forget to remove the carbonara.
The carbonara back of the week.
Here, I'll grab it for you.
Excellent. And then click see rewards.
Enjoy.
And it looks like you do not quite have enough points yet.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay.
$10.
So about 10 minutes later, the video shows Maddie reaching to grab the food they ordered. Kaylee has her cell phone up as if she's filming the moment. They're laughing with each other until you see them run out of the frame. By 2 a.m., all 5 girls and Ethan Chapin were back at the house on King Road. In just over 2 hours, 4 of the 6 would be dead.
Everybody here? My name is Chief James Fry with the Moscow Police Department. I'm going to be reading from my notes today because I want the information you received to be extremely accurate. The 4 were stabbed with a knife, but no weapon has been located at this time. There was no sign of forced entry into the residence. Based on details of the scene, we believe this was an isolated, targeted attack on our victims.
Right away, I think everyone knew this was going to be a big story. I mean, you've got 4 college students taken down at once inside the same home. And the chief comes out pretty quickly and says, listen, no forced entry here. This was a targeted, isolated attack. So most of us thought it should be solved pretty quickly. But that's not what happened here.
We need to make sure we clarify. Okay. Have them restart this feed or...
We arrived in Moscow just days after the murders, and you could immediately sense that this was a community on edge, and you could understand why. 4 young people have been brutally murdered, and nobody knows why, and nobody knows who's responsible. I actually met a group of professors from the University of Idaho. They were out for a bike ride, and they really summed up what the community was going through.
It has deeply affected all our students and our faculty and our staff. And it's been just a struggle to get through this last week. So,
how hungry is this university, this town, for answers?
Very much so. The fact that there isn't an answer makes this even worse, you know.
All of us are shaken. I've heard from people all across the country talking about this tragedy. It's a small college town. We all know each other. People in the community knew these students, so everybody's affected one way or another. And part of it's because we just don't know anything yet.
We also met the prosecuting attorney, Bill Thompson.
Any new details?
Nothing that I can share.
How was the crime scene?
I can't talk about it. Everybody's working together. The investigation is still active, absolutely.
Yeah, how long they're going to stay here at the home?
Don't know, as long as they need to.
I ended up sitting down with Bill Thompson in his office. And remember, they had not identified a suspect. And a lot of people were wondering, are they going to solve this? And it was one of his answers to me that made me think they know a lot more than what they're saying.
Would you feel safe having a child living near or on campus?
I would, but I say that knowing that many people would not. And I'm probably I'm in a different situation because of the information and the knowledge that I have of how the investigation is progressing.
Coming up, weeks go by without an arrest.
Just your mind has to spin like, okay, what is going on? You know,
some people can commit crimes, and there is no justice for that family.
What the families and public didn't know about the investigation.
Partly under her body, partly under her comforter, on her bed, likely left there by the killer.
Moscow is a very typical university town. It has a vibrant downtown with places to eat, places to drink, places to gather.
There's not really much surrounding Moscow. Rolling hills of just wheat fields and various other farms. Small town feel. I think that's roughly 25,000 people, give or take a couple thousand.
I think of North Idaho as a pretty off-the-map type of place, pretty safe place, very family-friendly, and to have 4 murders and then the guys just running around on loose is a little unnerving.
Weeks after the murders of Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Maddie Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves, no arrest had been made.
Thank you, Brandy.
To the point that a lot of the students there on campus had cleared out because there was this fear among the community. And even some of the victims' family members had fears that the investigation was stalled.
Very much. That does help pay the
I had
bills.
private investigators and different things, and that's why they told me to slow down, Steve. You know, this thing. You know, me as a father, it's never fast enough, and I want to just charge ahead like
more than appreciated.
Probably just like a dumbass, but that's what I knew.
What the families and the public didn't know was that the detectives had some significant evidence and leads, including DNA and a potential eyewitness. At the time of the murders, according to investigators, Kaylee and Maddie were on the 3rd floor of the house in Maddie's room. Kaylee's dog Murphy was across the hall in Kaylee's room. Ethan and Xana were a floor below. Across from them was Dylan Mortensen, and on the 1st floor was Bethany Funk, who was in her room.
Dylan will be a key witness in all this because she's on the same floor as 2 of the murders. And she opens her door 3 different times. Now, the first couple of times, she really didn't see anything, but she was hearing voices. Maybe it was the dog. Maybe somebody was crying or something. She wasn't quite clear what she heard. But the 3rd time she opens the door, she sees this tall figure dressed in all dark colors, and she noticed his bushy eyebrows. And then this man walks right past her.
Imagine what it would be like to be a young woman who opens the door and sees this man all in black, and all you really see are his eyebrows, and he's tall and he's big. And he just killed 4 people with a knife. He walks right past you and out the door. How close to death were you? It gives me shivers to just think about what that is. And that must just roll through her head every single day. Yeah, that's going to stick with a jury.
According to investigators, Dylan described herself as being in, quote, frozen shock when she saw a man inside her home in the middle of the night. She was so scared, she locked herself in her bedroom. But the thing that raised eyebrows is that nobody did anything about it. In fact, 911 was not called until noon the next day, about 8 hours after the estimated time of the murders.
Some people, when they're very frightened, they just shut down and they tend to isolate and hide. And basically, it's a seeking safety response. If she had been drinking or under the influence of something, she might have just shut down because she really didn't know what to do.
The major piece of evidence that the public didn't know about was a knife sheath left behind likely by the killer. It was found partly under Madison Mogan's body and the comforter on her bed. On the snap of that knife sheath was DNA.
So investigators had DNA from the crime scene, and they took the DNA and they ran it through the National Crime Database, and there were no hits, no matches. But the DNA was still useful because you could eliminate potential suspects. And there were a lot of them, not only ones that law enforcement was looking at, but a whole bunch that people online, all those true crime sleuths that are out there, were looking at as well.
I'd made a video a few weeks ago. Jeremy Regan was included in that video, and a lot of people since then have said that he seemed very suspicious or he was the murderer.
My name is Jeremy Regan, and I live just a couple doors down from where the murders happened.
I first met Jeremy Regan about a week after the murders. He was a neighbor of the girls on King Road. Once people saw Jeremy on camera, many started to speculate that he possibly was the killer. What was it like to be accused of something so horrible?
Offensive. They watched my interview and they said, hey, he's kind of weird. It must be him. And so then they dug into everything I ever did on social media, stuff that my parents had posted about me, taking everything super far out of context. For some people, it was definitely worse than others. I know the various Jacks and Jakes, they got hammered.
Jack Decor and Jake Schreiger. These two guys are the boyfriends of Kaylee and Maddie. As a matter of fact, Jack shared a dog, Murph, with Kaylee. So a lot of people are looking at them, and investigators looked at them as well, but cleared them. So law enforcement says these guys are innocent, but the folks online weren't convinced.
There was also Jack Showalter, who was at the food truck when Maddie and Kaylee were there. He became known as Hoodie Guy. So people were analyzing the food truck video, and they thought he looked quite suspicious.
Overanalyzing.
You know, there's been a lot of speculation and rumors. We're the official source of information. Individuals who are being harassed in this situation, people need to be careful.
Another early focus of the investigation was video. Detectives gathered recordings from homes, businesses all around the time of the murders in that area. And one thing stood out. One vehicle stood out. That was a white Hyundai Elantra.
We're looking for that car because we believe through our investigation that that car was in the area during the time of the murders.
According to investigators, beginning at 3:29 a.m., the white Elantra made 3 separate passes by the house on King Road. Then at 4:04, they say it was back for a 4th time, stopping in front of the house before traveling on to do a 3-point turn. It then drove past the house again and out of the camera's view. At 4:20, it was back in view and leaving the area at a high rate of speed.
So everyone's looking for this car, this white Elantra. And there's an officer, a campus police officer from Washington State University, across the state border, who decides to run a list of all the white Elantras on campus. And he finds one. It's registered to a guy named Brian Kohlberger.
They end up finding his car in the parking lot of Kohlberger's campus apartment. When they run his name, they find that he had been pulled over.
Whatever's going on over here in the chat, let's take it out. Let's stop it. I don't want to have to bounce anybody, but I will. Okay? Everybody has their own opinions about certain things, but I definitely don't want other creators being talked down about, because I don't put up with that. So let's back this off right now. If you have an opinion, that's your opinion. End of story. You're welcome to have that. I don't want it put in here because I don't do that. End of story. Okay? That's that. I won't put up with it, and there's one warning and you're out. That's the end of it. I don't mean to be nasty, but that's just how it goes. Period. End of story.
Twice in the months before the murders, once in Moscow and once in Pullman.
Hello. Sir. Hi, I'm Officer Loangus. Stops being audio and video recorded.
I was just slightly into the crosswalk, so yeah, where I'm from Pennsylvania, we actually don't have like crosswalks.
Oh,
so even if you're kind of slightly,
no, I don't need.
Yeah, there's a little bit more leeway as well.
Nothing.
Like there are a few.
Your opinion is your opinion. I appreciate that, but I don't.
Like there's
I don't want to see it.
certain
Not in here.
margins in which you can actually kind of put your vehicle, place your vehicle.
During the traffic stop in Moscow, Koberger gave the officer his cell phone number.
Now, when you get a phone number, it changes everything because you get access to it in a different way. That's one more piece of evidence, one more piece of the puzzle. Is it enough to see what the puzzle says? Not necessarily, but you're getting closer.
According to investigators, Koberger's phone records showed that between 2:27 a.m. and 4:48 a.m. the morning of the murders, Koberger's phone was turned off or in airplane mode or possibly out of battery, but it wasn't connecting to any cell phone tower.
Sometimes it's not about evidence. It's about the lack of evidence that actually matters. In this particular case, we had a cell phone that was turned off for a very specific window of time. During a window of time where 4 people were murdered, and he is the singular suspect. That means something.
Why do I keep muting myself? Anyway, post being deleted, I don't know. But I've seen what I had to see, and I know what went on, so mods know what to do, and they will handle it. Sorry about being muted, guys. Thank you.
Investigators say that when they looked back at Koberger's cell phone records in the 5 months leading up to the murders, that his phone was in the area of the girl's home on 12 separate occasions.
This was not just something where he happened to be in the region one time and it's easily explainable. The problem is now you really have to be able to explain that other dozen times the month before. You better have a pretty good reason for this.
Coming up, the arrest.
Hey, Brian. How you feeling? How you feeling, Brian?
How strong is the evidence against Brian Koberger?
You read the affidavit and you just find out that he was stalking them, he was hunting them. He was just a person looking for an opportunity.
Imagine what happens when you're finally able to get the results of the DNA sample. We got this guy. We've got this guy.
We don't know when and how this DNA got there. I'm not at all worried about the DNA.
Last night, in conjunction with the Pennsylvania State Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Christopher
Daisy.
In Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, on a warrant for murders of Ethan, Zana, Madison, and Kaylee.
Mr. Koberger was taken into custody without incident. The scene was turned over to the FBI Evidence Response Team for processing.
Mom, so it was just
County,
trauma, and
prosecutor,
then we don't want
when
that
the
in here,
SWAT
so that's
arrived
why they
at
were
the family
deleted.
home of Brian Koberger, they found him standing in his parents' kitchen at 1:30 in the morning.
Koberger was found awake in the kitchen area, dressed in shorts and a shirt and wearing latex medical type gloves, and apparently was taking his personal trash and putting it into separate Ziploc baggies.
The DNA found on the knife sheath under Madison Mogen's body was the piece of the puzzle investigators needed. 3 days before Koberger's arrest, detectives used trash from Koberger's parents' home for a DNA sample that turned out to be a match to the suspected killer's father.
Imagine what happens when you're finally able to get the results of the DNA sample that you pull from the father. You can just hear the champagne popping. This is a quad murder. That has to be elation in that squad room, in that war room, when they're sitting together and they're looking at each other and going, we got this guy. We've got this guy.
After Brian Kohberger was taken into custody in Pennsylvania, he met with an attorney who said publicly that Kohberger told him he believed that he would be exonerated.
He is very intelligent. In my hour conversation with him, that comes off. I can tell that. And he understands where we are right now.
Hey, Brian, how you feeling?
How you feeling, Brian?
Even though Brian Kohberger wasn't fighting extradition, he still had to appear in a Pennsylvania courtroom. I was inside of that courtroom when he walked in, and everyone was able to see him for the first time. His mother broke down into tears. The Kohberger family, they were sitting on the front row of that courtroom. He made sure to make that eye contact with them, and he kept looking at them.
Big breaking news, folks, just moments ago. Here it is, the arrival of the accused killer in Idaho.
It was quite a scene when Kohberger arrived back in Idaho. He was taken off the plane in Pullman and put into a pickup truck, and then a caravan of law enforcement vehicles drove him into the Latah County Jail parking lot where media and even members of the public were outside waiting for him. The next time we saw him would be in a courtroom.
The maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is up to death and/or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Unlike in his Pennsylvania appearance, where Kohberger looked back to see his family in the courtroom, he seemed to make a point in Idaho not to do so, likely because he knew the victims' families would be in the gallery.
I feel like he's scared to look at me in the eyes and start to understand what's about to happen to him. You know, he picked the wrong family.
So once the suspect appears in court, prosecutors release the probable cause affidavit, and this stuff is filled with detail after detail after detail, things we didn't know. 18 pages worth. And at that point, the public got some answers. But more importantly, the families finally got some answers.
You read the affidavit and you just find out that nobody understands exactly why, but he was stalking them, he was hunting them.
The affidavit in this case lays out the evidence against Brian Kohberger, but there is a gag order here, so we don't know everything the prosecution has. But a lot of people think he's the guy, he must be guilty. But there's a long way to go, and a lot of people think that this case isn't a slam dunk.
It's absolutely disgusting. This guy does not have a presumption of innocence. He has the assumption of guilt. I'm Sarah Azari. I'm a criminal trial attorney in Los Angeles. I'm currently a legal analyst for News Nation, and I am the host of the Presumption podcast. You know, pretrial convictions of high-profile defendants in high-profile cases is nothing new, but Kohberger is a whole other level. And I think not only we found him guilty of slaying the 4 Idaho students, but we've decided that he's going to get the death penalty.
See you, Annie.
The most significant piece of evidence for prosecutors is the DNA of the defendant found on the knife sheath of the alleged murder weapon located underneath victim Madison Mogen's body.
We don't know when and how this DNA got there. So if Brian Kohberger is person A and he touches this knife sheath, and then somehow this knife sheath is picked up by somebody else. I mean, he could touch it, he could handle it, it could be anything. And then that person then somehow is in this Kings Road home. That is a perfect explanation of how Kohberger's DNA was on that knife sheath. Is insufficient to place him in that home, let alone to place the murder weapon in his hands. That's why I'm not at all worried about the DNA.
I'm Tiffany Roy, and I'm a forensic DNA expert. I work privately in the area of forensic DNA and forensic biology. I've been doing this work for 17 years. DNA can be transferred onto items that people have never contacted and never touched. It can be found in rooms where people have never set foot. He may never have touched that sheath, and his DNA could have been transferred there by some contact with another item or another person. We can't tell how it got there. We can't tell when it got there.
Or it could be there because he committed this quadruple murder and took the lives of these 4 students. And maybe when he was closing the snap, his thumb touched it before he even showed up at the murder scene. And maybe that knife sheath got loose because those girls were fighting for their lives. Now, you take that evidence in conjunction with all the other evidence, including those phone records. Wow.
Investigators believe that Kohberger's cell phone was off or in airplane mode around the estimated time of the murders because he turned it off.
We've been saying it was off,
agree,
his phone was off. We don't know if it was off. It could have been off, it could have been in airplane mode, or it could have just simply not picked up signal during that time. What's odd, of course, and what's problematic for the defense is that his phone did pick up signal before the murders and after the murders.
Another significant coincidence, for those who believe in coincidences, I don't, is that there's this white car that's driving around and around at the time of the murders, close to the scene of the murders, caught on video.
Good stuff,
And
Barney.
guess
The way
what?
it should be.
The defendant, the suspect, the accused, what does he drive? A white Elantra.
The car's driving around, but then suddenly during the window of the murders, we don't know where this car was. We don't know where it was parked. We just know nothing about the car. Identification of the Hyundai Elantra as like the suspect vehicle, that's a problem.
Another part of the case against Brian Kohberger is an eyewitness account. Dylan Mortensen, one of the surviving roommates, she told police that she saw a man around the time of the murders dressed in black, bushy eyebrows, wearing a mask covering his nose and his mouth that walked past her down the hallway.
And then we have Dylan, the surviving roommate, and she's so afraid that she goes back in her bedroom and locks herself up and then doesn't call 911 for 8 hours later. Okay, that is highly unusual. We look to expected behavior,
That is partially what. Thank you again, Brandy. I appreciate you. And for anybody that did donate to that, thank you very much. That is but one of my biggest problems has been with this. If Dylan was scared to death, okay, she shut her door, was scared to death, the first thing I think I would have done was call 911, period, right then and there. But that's one of the biggest things I've had an issue with, you guys. I can't get past that. I can't. I understand people get scared. I accept that, okay? I accept that somebody could be scared and not do it. But this is why I can't get past this, is this whole thing right here that she's talking about.
response, reasonable response. That is what makes sense to jurors. Jurors are normal people. So you tell them a story, it better make sense, right? And it doesn't make sense.
Credibility always matters with witnesses. And this witness comes across as credible. Is she flawed? Yes.
Next, the house on King Road.
No one that lives here right now.
And the type of person capable of committing these murders.
Whoever did this, be it Kohberger or someone else, is a sexual domination killer.
Plus, Brian Kohberger's defense.
If he says, I was in this house before, that's why my DNA is in this house. All of a sudden, you might have a completely different trial.
Thank you so very much, Leslie. I appreciate you very, very much for that. More than you know.
Hey guys, Moscow PD. Hey, turn the music down. Turn the music down. Hello, miss. What's your name?
Xana.
Xana, do you live here?
Yes.
We've already talked to Maddie once and told her the same thing.
The house at 1122 King Road, where 4 University of Idaho students were murdered, was known as a college party house going back before Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, Dylan, and Bethany all lived there. In the fall of 2022, just a few months before the murders, Moscow police responded to a noise complaint at the house on multiple occasions.
And if I do have to come back here, $300-some tickets coming your way.
Okay.
And it only gets more expensive from there. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair. Absolutely.
There was even an instance where there are people at the house, but none of the roommates are even there.
How goes it?
Oh, hi. How are you?
Who lives here?
We're not actually sure. Do you know?
You don't know who lives here?
No,
Okay.
I don't.
We're just here for a noise complaint. So everyone here's trespassing?
Well, no one's here that's trespassing, but no one that lives here is here right now.
So where'd they go?
They're just not here. I have no clue where they went. No clue.
So you guys just throwing a party in their house at
They were here at one point. They're not here right now. I just searched all the rooms.
They left and went over to some other party, and everyone is about to
go
over to another party.
Okay. Who does live here? What are their names?
I am actually not sure.
Jeremy Reagan lived near the house on King Road for a few years and saw a lot. Tell me about the house. What do you know about the house?
So when I moved here my first year, that house was not super bad, notorious for like students going in and out partying all the time.
No worries,
The second
Leslie.
year,
I know all
there
about
was
that.
a ton of
Please be
people
safe,
all the
everyone.
time, in and out constantly. And then my third year, which is the year that all this happened, it was much more similar to the first year I was here. They did have more stuff going on there, but they were definitely nowhere near as loud, as crazy as that second year that I was here.
Does the fact that so many people were in and out of this house factor into the case against Brian Koberger?
The fact that this Kings Road house was a party house is a huge big deal because it expands the universe of suspects. Who was there at the time of the murders? What was their connection to the victims? Who had access to this home before? Did they have possible motive to kill? For months, we've been calling this a party house. This is a party venue.
One of the most important parts of this case is that DNA. And what we know is this is a party house. We know that there were hundreds of kids in this house. It could even have included him. And the thing is if he was in this house, are you suggesting that these four know everybody who's been there? I doubt that. And as a result, if he says, I was in this house before, that's why my DNA is in this house. Now we talk about that, and we talk about DNA transfer, and all of a sudden, you might have a completely different trial.
It's not just that the defendant's DNA is in the house. It's on a knife sheath, which is found next to Maddie's body. I'm a former prosecutor. This is game over DNA. And it's not just any DNA. It's single source DNA.
Single source DNA profile is the most informative type of profile we can hope to get from a crime scene. It's a lot of clear information and it's a lot of very specific information. If you're looking for DNA from a perpetrator, that's something that's related to a weapon and a weapon that could have been used in the commission of this crime. It would be a very rare event for anyone else to match with a single source male DNA profile. So it's very strong evidence.
Brian Koberger.
After graduating from DeSales University in the spring of 2022, Brian Koberger was accepted into the criminology PhD program at Washington State University. At the time of the Idaho student murders, Koberger was a teaching assistant. And a few of his students came forward to say they noticed a difference in his behavior after the murders.
No reason to connect him to that, at the time, but definitely around then, he started grading everybody just 100s. He seemed preoccupied is what I would have said at the time.
He would come in, be there for 10 minutes, leave, not say much. So he didn't really do that much, but you could tell there was some off about him.
What's still unclear is the prosecution's theory as to why he would want to kill these young people and what, if any, was the connection.
Motive is not an element of crime or murder. But of course, every inquiring mind wants to know why. Why would Brian Koberger do this to 4 innocent victims, college students? Could the state go to trial without motive? Absolutely, but I bet they won't. And the problem here is that we don't even have a connection to these victims. Forget about motive.
Steve Gonsalves, Kaylee's father, believes there's a good chance the murderer was tracking Kaylee and/or her best friend Maddie.
I'd be a little bit surprised if there wasn't a clearer touch point that would suggest that he was interested in one or two of the people more than he was the others.
An Instagram account that was taken down shortly after Koberger's arrest with the username of Brian Koberger was following several members of the Koberger family. The account also followed Madison Mogan.
I'm Benjamin Mogan. I'm Madison Mogan's father.
I first met Maddie Mogan's father, Ben, at the Mad Greek restaurant a few weeks after the murders. Maddie and Xana both worked there. It's a popular restaurant in downtown Moscow. Tell me about what a beautiful person she was.
Well, she was so great. She lit up every room she'd come in, and she was just so positive and fun, and we love her and miss her so much.
The Mad Greek restaurant. It's also one of the first places that comes up if you search for vegan food in Moscow. We know Bryan Kohberger claims to be a vegan because he asked for a vegan meal.
No, Paige, you said memorial on Monday, back to conspiracies on Wednesday. We're not running any conspiracies. We're just watching this and talking about it. That's all we're doing. So we need to keep, as I've stated, guys, I don't know what else is being said, but we need to keep common sense and logic involved in everything that we talk about with this, is all I'm saying, guys. Okay? Remember that is all I'm saying.
Meal plan at the jail.
So maybe he did see Maddie and Xana at the Mad Greek and sort of became obsessed with them. But prosecutors made a point in their probable cause affidavit. They went into detail about this Reddit post that the defendant allegedly made, calling out to criminals to provide him with the reason why they chose their victims and committed their crimes. Now, I understand he studies this stuff, but this is still a little strange.
Sounds like he's looking for the reasons why people do the things that they do. Maybe to answer the question for himself. Maybe to explain for him why he's motivated in the way that he is. Are you trying to figure out who you are, or are you trying to figure out who they are? And in this particular case, I think the prosecutors are going to say, yeah, this was about him trying to figure out who he is, because we can tell you who he is. He's this guy.
I am Siobhan Scott. I am a psychotherapist from Portland, Oregon.
So what are your thoughts about this Reddit post?
I see a theme with him for years in his online writings of going back and trying to make sense out of himself. And I think he was in that category of, I'm studying all this because I want to understand myself. And so I think that was driving his research. There's also, in a rather perverse way, perhaps an attempt to develop some sense of camaraderie with other people and to get a sense of maybe I'm really not the only one who has these thoughts and feelings and experiences.
What do his studies tell you about Bryan Kohberger?
It's not that unusual for sadistic killers to study criminology. We think of the BTK killer in Kansas, the Golden State killer in California. Both had criminology degrees, and the California killer did go on to become a law enforcement officers, and there have been quite a few others. So I think there are three reasons people study criminology. The first is because they're altruistic and they really want to make the world a safer place. So they have good motivations. The second reason is because they're absolutely fascinated by the criminal mind, which can be a fine reason, but the dark side of that is they're trying to figure themselves out. And the third reason is because they have a plan to commit crimes and they're studying police tactics and procedures so that they can become a better criminal. And if Kohberger is the killer, I think those second two reasons would be at play. Whoever did this, be it Kohberger or someone else, is a sexual domination killer. And this is someone that's created a sadistic theatrical production based on fantasies that he's had for many years. Now, the fantasies serve to meet his emotional needs to express rage at women and to have a sense of godlike power, because others' vulnerability makes him feel invincible and their deaths make him feel like a god.
Coming up, the legal battle ahead as prosecutors seek the death penalty.
To have a full defense, he absolutely needs to know that this investigation against him was 100% according to protocol.
Plus,
that I agree with. I do. Absolutely. Listen, you guys. everybody, and I've stated this, that hasn't changed in here, and it's not going to change in here. Everybody has the right to their own opinions, their own theories, and their own, the way they view this. That's not changing. Okay. That's our God-given rights, period. Okay. Period. So if somebody thinks something, that's fine. That's on them. I'm not going to be the one to tell them that they're wrong. Okay. The only thing I've said is that we need to keep things logical and commonsensical. That's all we got to do. I will not put up with any kind of victim shaming or anything like that. That at all, I will not. And you guys know that already. That's never been something I'm down with. Nobody's going to sit in here and talk about the victims and put them out there as if they did something wrong, because they didn't. That's not going to happen. I promise you that. I didn't put up with that before. I'm not going to put up with it now. So I'm not listening to that from anybody. I don't care who it is. And if that leaves me with 2 people in here, then so be it. But what I'm saying is we can do this, and we can have theories, and we can have opinions, as long as we do it with logic, common sense, and respect towards the families and towards the victims, folks. I'm not playing with that. Anything other than that, it just doesn't belong in here. That's all I'm saying. And it has nothing to do with anything new. It has nothing to do with things that are offhanded. Conspiracies are conspiracies. They happen, folks, and they are acceptable. Okay? They are acceptable in some senses because we don't know. That's everybody's right to think that way. Okay? It doesn't mean that we think anything different. I've never, and I want this known, okay? And I don't care who doesn't like it. You guys can think I'm being pushy or mean or whatever, because I'm not. But it's important to me to know, or to say this, I'm sorry. I have never put out misinformation or disinformation purposely just for clicks or views, because I don't give a shit about clicks or views. Take it or leave it, okay? I'm not out here trying to bank off of this case. I don't care about that either, okay? I've said this time and time again, and I'm going to say it again. I'm not apologizing, because I'm not sorry for anything other than the fact that I'm sick of the bullshit. All of it. All I want is true justice for these kids, their families, and that's that. And if somebody wants to turn that into something else, then that's all on them, folks. I don't care. I don't care. And if people have the right to have their own opinions about this, their own theories about this, because of the way they've seen this case unfold, okay? As long as you do that with respect, common sense, and put this into a logical perspective, that's fine. There's not going to be any trash or garbage coming out of this. Not out of this channel. And it has no bearing on, Deflective Dong or whatever the hell you guys, or whatever we want to call him, Detective John, whatever it is. It has nothing to do with him. It's something that was in the works before I even had any of this bullshit happen. I want everybody to know that, okay? Because enough is enough. This has turned into a 3-ring circus in a lot of different areas, and it's turned into just a bunch of bullshit, and I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. We're here for justice for these kids. That's it. And for it to be done the right way. Like I said, Brian Koberger very well could be guilty, but they got to show that for me to fully believe that. But at the same time, he very well could be innocent of this. We don't know. Nobody knows, because there's been no trial yet, okay? This here's making some decent points. I think it is. That's all I'm saying. Okay? And like I said, if somebody, not that Nikki, welcome. It's good to see you, dear. If somebody in here doesn't like that, then don't be here. That's all I'm saying. You don't have to be. I'm not trying to be rude. I love you guys. I do love you guys very, very much, and I appreciate you all. But I'm not putting up with bullshit in here, guys. I'm not happening I'm not going to listen to anybody be disrespectful towards the victims, their families, put out some ridiculous bullshit. Okay? It's just not going to happen. That's all I'm saying. And I don't mean it to be mean. I'm just putting my foot down once again. That's all I'm saying. And I thank you all very much for understanding that.
Remembering the victims.
Through all this, I hope we can all look through that dark tunnel and see the light and follow that light. And I pray that we have justice someday.
Since his arrest in December 2022, Bryan Kohberger has made a number of court appearances, and his defense team has filed a number of motions challenging
Bobby.
everything from the grand jury indictment against him to how the investigators processed the DNA found at the crime scene.
They didn't get a hit for the DNA that was found at the crime scene with the national database. So they moved to a public database, one of those genealogy databases, and they got a hit. And it was for the suspect's father. But now the defense is taking a closer look at that, saying, well, wait a minute. We want to know, and we want to see exactly how you tested all of this DNA to get that result.
What's going on in Bryan Kohberger's case that's very concerning is the government does not want to turn over in discovery what all was searched, what databases were searched, and what records were obtained.
When you're talking about a defendant's right to a fair trial and his due process and his Sixth Amendment to have a full defense, he absolutely needs to know that this investigation against him was 100% according to protocol and that there was integrity in this investigation.
The defendant apparently has an alibi. Now, a little strange here. They say, his attorneys, that he likes to go out at night and in the early morning hours and sort of drive around. And that's what he was doing at the time of the murders. Couldn't have done it.
Kohberger's alibi is that he wasn't at the crime scene, but instead he was driving around alone. That statement of his alibi doesn't tell us obviously exactly what time he was driving, where he was driving to and from, and why. I mean, we don't have any of those details.
That's a good point, dude.
He's not saying something that's completely inconsistent with the evidence.
The defense is also claiming that cameras should not be allowed inside the courtroom, claiming Kohberger's every move is being analyzed in a way that's prejudicial. Kaylee's father, Steve Gonsalves, has some thoughts on that.
If you're not a personable person and you give off weird vibes, yeah, you probably don't want nobody to actually see the truth and see who you are and read you for how you behave. You can't hide the truth, man. I'm so tired of the secretive and all that stuff. I want this stuff to be out in the open. I want all the evidence out. I want it to be.
That is one of my absolute favorite comments that Steve Gonsalves has ever made. This right here, every bit of this is hey, Christy, good to see you. And Jaylet, I didn't see you there. This right here is the absolute best thing I've ever heard Steve say.
Give off weird vibes. Yeah, you probably don't want nobody to actually see the truth and see who you are and read you for how you behave. You can't hide the truth, man. I'm so tired of the secretive and all that stuff. I want this stuff to be out in the open. I want all the evidence out. I want it to be clear. I want the community to look at that evidence.
And Miss Taylor.
Thank you, Steve Gonsalves. That comment right there is everything I feel wrapped in a damn ball. End of story. That's what we need in this case. Period. I understand there's a gag order. I get that. Okay. And I understand that certain things can't be talked about. I get that as well. It just needs to be real, folks, and truthful and honest. Just like he just said. I respect him more than you guys know. And I respect that comment more than you guys could ever imagine. I love that. Yes. Thank you, Sherlock. That's refreshing. Best way to put it. It very much is. And I know that he's always wanted that from the beginning. Real evidence and truth. Don't be dishonest. Don't hide shit. Just put it out there. What it is, it is. End of story. That way there's no bullshit speculation that could come out of it. You know what I mean? That's all I'm just saying. Period.
Is Mr. Kohberger prepared to plead to these charges?
A plea of not guilty was entered for Bryan Kohberger after he chose to stand silent at his arraignment. His trial is expected to begin sometime in 2024.
Kaylee, you will never be forgotten. We will live fight for you every day with your mentality in our mind. We love you so much.
She embodied her own sunshine, and that's when her skies became limitless. I sent you my heart.
I met Charlie D'Amelio, check.
Most important is love. Like it's the only thing you know how. Nothing even matters except love and
I
human
understand,
connection.
MK,
You know, I'm
completely.
not a big drinker, but maybe I should have something. You're not a big drinker?
I was lucky enough to be able to explore life with Maddie. Maddie was the best at spreading love.
Distance makes the heart know who you love.
Xana was the funniest person I knew and made me laugh every time I spent time with her.
Thank you very much for that, Bonnie. I absolutely adore you.
Xana,
That
you will
is
not be
so very
forgotten.
nice of you
You've
to say.
impacted so many
Means a lot
lives
to
and have given people so much love.
Oh, sweet love of mine.
Ethan.
Nothing half-assed. You are in my prayers and my thoughts. I hope that goes wonderful for you. Please let us know everything's okay. Get some sleep, and thank you very much for joining us tonight. It's wonderful that you're part of this community. God bless. And like I said, I will be praying for you and keeping you in my thoughts, my dear. Very much so.
Was always someone you could count on to make you smile and cheer up your mood. And I feel so lucky to have shared so many great memories with him. Minions, tonight
Have a great night, Cryptic. We love ya.
Sweet love of mine.
Through all this, I hope we can all look through that dark tunnel and see the light and follow that light. And I pray that we have justice someday.
And that is what all of us want. I pray and hope that we do get justice someday for this case, guys. Now, again, I'm sorry that I got loud earlier. I really am. Thank you, Bobby, for that. Yes. Absolutely. Nothing but prayers and good vibes and thoughts to you. Nothing. I promise you that's I will be tonight praying again for you. God bless, my dear. And please let us know how everything goes if you can. Anyway, to go back to what I said, if I upset or offended anyone, I wasn't trying to. I'm just done with it, guys. I'm tired of it. I'm done with it. And again, I'm not really apologizing. I mean, I guess I want to say I'm going to explain this to you guys. I know for months and months and months, I've come off as Mr. Nice Guy, let things slide this way and let things slide that way and just not really say much about certain things, this and everything else. My moderators, as well as myself, are all done with this shit. We're tired of it, folks. I have a great and a wonderful moderation team in here, as well as an amazing investigative team. Okay. We're done with the bullshit. Every one of them, because some of my moderators have been attacked and looked upon as not good and this, and I won't have it. I won't. So again, I'm just sick of it, done with it. And they're in the same boat that I am, and they're just done. When they see the bullshit, it's done. It's out. When I see it, it's done. It's out. And I'm not going to put up with any garbage. And if this is the wrong channel if that's what you want, guys. If you want the drama, if you want the, let's make this case exciting and throw some fucking crazy shit in here, excuse my language, but I'm just so irritated with this. We're not doing it here. I'm not. And again, it has nothing to do with what anybody else has to say about my channel, because I frankly don't give two shits what anybody thinks about this, except for you guys. I don't care what anybody else thinks about my channel. Okay? And I'm never going to. The only people that matter to me are you people that are in here and my family. That's it, folks. And of course, the way that the families of the victims in these cases that we cover are treated and the way that they're looked upon and the victims themselves. I will not allow for any kind of victim shaming, any kind of down talking to the victims, about the victims, towards victims, or any false information talked about the victims. I had some people in here months back that thought that it was cute that they could say those things Oh, you leaving, Brandy? Have a good night, hon. I will talk to you tomorrow. Speculation is speculation. There's a difference between speculation and just blatant bullshit. Okay? There were, like I said, there was a group of people that were in this community at some point that like to think that it's cute to bring up situations about the victims in their past and their history and in their personal business, and it is bullshit. I never called anything out about it at that time. That's my fault, and I take full accountability for that. But it's not going to happen anymore. I'm just letting you guys know, and anybody else that wants to jump in here about it, it's not going to happen in here. So go find another channel to do it in, is all I'm saying. In this channel, we talk about fact, truth, and justice. Period. And that's all we want. We want true justice for these victims. And that's any case, guys, not just Idaho, but every case we cover, and for their families to have some form of closure, which they're never going to have. But what social media does that adds to their drama, the drama that social media creates that adds to their misery, I'm not going to stand for it. I won't be part of it. I won't. So that's all I wanted everybody to know. Okay. And like I said, I don't want anybody to be offended or upset about that. But guys, that's how it has to be. We gotta be commonsensical. We have to realize that we're adults and we can't just spew things that make zero sense. Okay. You know, it just doesn't make sense to do that kind of thing. I have been guilty of allowing for people, because I feel bad for people, to put things out that just don't, while I'm sitting here listening to it, knowing that it's ridiculous, and I didn't shut it down. So that is what I take full accountability for, and I will. And God help, or God forbid, that it upset any of the family members, because I'll never forget about that. I'll never be able to forgive myself for that, no matter how many times I would apologize for that. That's something that I won't deal with, okay? There's too much. I don't know how many of you guys were in here and watched the interview with Ben Mogan the other day. Okay? That broke my heart into 4 different pieces, folks. That man, you can tell how much pain he's in. And he even mentioned he doesn't even watch social media because he knows it's pathetic. He shouldn't have to feel any worse than he already does, okay? And that put the nail in the coffin for me right there, knowing that I'm a creator. I'm an influencer. I put things out for people to watch and to talk about and to see, and this and that and everything else. I can't be part of something that's going to hurt somebody that's already in so much pain they can't help themselves. I'm not going to add to that, and I will refuse, and I'll stand with anybody against people that try to do that. That's a promise. That's all I'm saying. I love this community, and this community is made of some amazing people. Absolutely amazing. Everybody in this community is amazing. I love you all so very much because of the passion you have for this case and the others that we've talked about. Oh, I seen her. I said goodnight, Brandy. Thank you, Katie. But again, it's just, at this point, guys, it's over. It's a year now, okay? And 3/4 of that year has been full of ridiculousness and craziness and bullshit and non-logical just junk. It's not right. And we know that. And that's what I'm telling you guys. So it really bugs me. So anyway, back to what we were doing. I didn't think that was too bad of a show. It wasn't the greatest, but I really don't think it was that bad. There was some decent points that was made, guys. I really feel that way. I don't know. Let me see here. All right. And we're at that point there. Great. Now, again, just like before, with the first that Delphi stuff, if there's anybody that has anything they would like to talk about in regards to after we watch this or anything else that's come up, the link is still pinned in the chat. If you'd like to jump up here and have a conversation, let's do this. That's a good point at this point, Ashley. I want to know about the possibility of a fair trial. It seems impossible. It kind of, I can kind of agree with that. Yeah, I really can. From what we've seen so far, it seems like it would be a very far reach. And I think they need to make that happen. I hope that they make that happen. I feel that way too. I said that a long time ago for those of you guys that have been here for a while. I think the venue needs to be changed, personally. I do. I think the venue needs to be somewhere completely different because I just think it's hard to find somebody that's non-biased. You know what I mean? With everything we've seen, and I still truly believe what I said, guys, that there has been um I mean, I know you're right, Daisy. It has to be in Idaho because he did the crime there. I don't mean out of the state of Idaho. I think it needs to be away from that realm, that area of Idaho. They need to put it somewhere that is not close to, Pullman or Moscow. They need to go, maybe take it to Boise. Okay. That's my thought. I know that won't happen. That's just my opinion. That's all. Because how are we going to find people that are not gonna be, whether Brian's guilty or innocent? I still fully truly believe that there's been nothing but a smear campaign about him from the beginning since he's been arrested, regardless of whether he did it or didn't do it, guys. And don't tell me that people haven't seen it. The whole world has seen this. We know that. There's people here from all over the world. They've all seen it. So again, that's going to be the problem there. I think for him to get a fair trial, it's going to have to ensure that there's non-biased people. That's all I'm saying. And it's going to be important for him to get that right type of trial. That, you know what I mean? So Bobby says these families will never have closure. I agree with you, Bobby. They won't. They won't. And that's why when I said some sort of possible closure, because like I said, they won't. Regardless of the outcome of the eventual trial, regardless of the wonderful memories, they will never be able to erase this horrific memory. And Bobby, you are absolutely right, my friend. And it's a sad, sad thing. That's another thing too. That's fact. That's fact. That's a big point. That has happened. And it makes me sick. It makes me sick. There were, like I said, there were people in this community that like to smear the victims. It's sick. It's sick. It's the last thing that we even want to know about. Okay? Nobody cares what they did. No matter what they did in their life, guys, it doesn't constitute being murdered. Period. So don't give me excuses. Well, she had this many bank accounts and she had this. I don't give a fuck. It doesn't make them have to be given any reason to take anybody's life. Excuse my language. I'm sorry. It makes me so mad. After watching the tributes and the memorials this weekend, it just made me realize how many people had no respect for the victims or their families. And it's sick. It's beyond sick. Thank you for putting that up there, Sherry. I appreciate that. We can't allow it to happen anymore. We can't. If we say that we're here and we want justice for these victims and their families, then damn it, we need to make sure that happens and we don't allow for that stuff to happen. Absolutely. Absolutely, Cat Lady. I still have so much reasonable doubt. I couldn't find him guilty, and I agree with you. I can't at this point either. That's why I'm still sitting up here on this fence. I've been sitting on this fence so long, guys, my ass hurts. I'll be honest with you. It's fact. I would love to see something that would take me one direction or the other, but I can't. It's not out there. And I honestly tell you, unless something big happens, we're not going to see it till the trial. We know that. And I pray to God that we don't have to wait 10 years for the trial. Thank you, Ashley. I always have. I always have. Okay. I just never looked at the aspect of the things that were said and could have been being said were actually that effective in hurting, the families and things like. It's sick. You do a lot of soul searching when you deal with stuff like this, and You know, and I hate to say this at this point right now, maybe this other person that goes live and talks about things, maybe it did open my eyes to something more than what they were. I was already seeing things I didn't like. I'll just put it that way, okay? And I was very uncomfortable with certain things, and I was weak at that point because I felt bad for other people in their situations. And those people turned out to be even worse than I would have thought they were. Because then they turn on me and make up lies, which we know that they're storytellers because of the things they're saying. So at that point, I'm done. I will always have your back if you're real and honest with me. I will never support bullshit. I will never support lies. And I damn well will never, ever, ever fucking support the victims being attacked or talked down to or about in a negative way. And again, excuse my language, but I'm just done, guys. I'm done. It makes me so mad. You have no idea how mad this makes me. The families, they want it over as much as we want it over, folks. You're right. That's a good point. And thank you, Bonnie, for that. It needs to be over. It needs to be, and it needs to be done right. That's all I'm saying. And again, if nobody likes that, the way that I've approached that or what I'm saying about it, I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. Okay? I know that I'm an honorable person. I don't care what anybody says about me. And I will not be any different than who I am. Okay? There's plenty of other channels out there that will promote the trash. It's not going to be this one, though. It's not. Not at all. That is the biggest thing right there. These people, the families, and these victims have been through enough, people. Enough. More than enough. Like I said, I've said it multiple times. I truly believe they haven't even been able to grieve the right way because of this. Okay? And this makes it worse. That's why I said enough is a damn enough. And like anybody that comes in here that thinks, I'm going to tell you now, before you even come through the door, okay? Everyone's welcome here. We all know that. But if you're going to come in here thinking that you're going to say things that, you know, the past is the past. Today, we're here now, okay? You're not going to come in here and say, well, you're going to do this and you're going to say that. And I know what you're going to say and dago this and dago that. Piss off then, because it's not going to happen. Move along. Don't waste my time or yours coming in here trying to troll when we're doing this kind of stuff, because I don't care. I don't care anymore. You know, no more Mr. Nice Guy when it comes to that stuff is all I can say, guys. I'm not going to allow for it. So move along. Go find somewhere else to troll. Set up camp somewhere else that does that kind of stuff, because it's not going to be in here. The rest of you guys, again, I love you guys to death. I appreciate the passion, the support, and the fact that we want the same thing. The goal is the same. In this case specifically, real and true justice, nothing less. Because that's all that's deserved. And again, let me repeat this. Everybody's entitled to their theories, their opinions, and their feelings on this. And there's going to be versions of conspiracy to that. That doesn't mean it's bad. Okay? Think about that for a minute, because there's some truth in every conspiracy, folks, or it wouldn't exist. Okay? That's fact. You don't believe me? Go look it up. That's another good point there. Let's not forget about that. Thank you, Duke. Koberger's family are also going through a lot, and we need to respect that as well. Bingo. I mean, this guy's family, his sisters lost their jobs. I'm sure that they've been treated in certain ways in different areas. They don't deserve that. They didn't do this. If Brian did this, he did it. Not his family, not his sisters, not his mom and his dad. It's Brian, not them. And they're also very possibly losing a brother and a son. We need to respect that as well. That's a good point. Thank you, Miss Katie. I hope you have a wonderful night, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you for joining us tonight, dear. In my opinion, unless there is proof that no one else entered that house after DM states the guy left through the slider, and no 911 till 8 hours later, her witness credibility will only be for the burglary charge against him. I can agree with that. I can. That makes sense. It definitely does. Oh, I'm not mad, hon. I'm not mad at all. I am absolutely, listen, she says, Dago, please don't be so mad. We want to keep you sane. We all want the same thing. You do, and anyone who doesn't like what you're saying, block them. You deserve, right. And it's not just that. I'm just over everybody that is negative towards this and the things that were said. I'm kind of ashamed of some of the things that I allowed. And I've taken full accountability, and I will continue to. And I've apologized at that point as much as I possibly can. You know, I'm not going to do it anymore because I know that it's what I meant. But I'm not mad. I guess you could say, well, I guess I am mad. I'm sorry, I shouldn't. I'm angry with that. Okay? I'm angry with where this case has come to at this point. That's what I'm angry with. I'm not angry with anybody in here. Definitely nobody in here. And I'm sorry you guys are seeing me act like this, but that's what has brought me to this. Okay? And it needs to be that way. It needs to be that way. People, all creators need to be that way with this. That's my full bore opinion on that, guys. That's all. But if I'm up, I don't mean to upset or seem angry, guys. So I will apologize for that. That's all I'm saying. Please don't take me that way. It's just I really, really do want justice for these kids. I told you guys how close I felt to them. They're not my kids. I'm not their family member. But I think a lot of us feel like, take care, Phantasmic. Thank you for joining us tonight, and please get some sleep. I think a lot of us feel very close to the victims here, okay? Because we have spent a year in this case. And at this point, we watched the tributes and the memorials. We had our own. And I've always cared about this. And you guys know that. And I know most of you, all of you have too, okay? After this being a year of this, and at the point that the case is in, rewatching last year's memorial, that really, really kind of ripped me a little bit, guys. I'll tell you the truth. Because I watched it because a lot of people didn't get to watch it last year, and the new memorial hadn't been put out yet when we did that video, so we couldn't watch that one. The point is I'm watching this the other day with you guys. Between 12 and 1 tomorrow, GG. You know what I mean? I'm watching this with you guys the other day, and I'm like, I can't believe it's been a year. And this is where we're at with this. I can't believe. And then it's reminding me of some of the things that were said in regards to the victims. It lit me up like a fireplace, folks. I've been angry since then about that. And I was angry with myself because some of those people I allowed to come in here and say this, that, and everything else. I'm just done with it all. I will not do it anymore. There's nothing wrong with Idaho. That's another thing. And that was something that was misconstrued. And I want to make that clear here, guys. There was a comment made by another subscriber, and I agreed with her. Okay. And it was that the that inbred comment. The way that was taken was definitely not how I meant it. And that's my fault because I went along with it and I didn't correct the way I meant it. And it comes off as what it is, folks. It sounds like what it is, but it's not what I meant. Okay. What I was trying to say, and it's true, is that when I said inbred, meaning like there's family members at that point in time that work that like law enforcement officials that have family members that work within the government, that work within this, work within that. There's so many people that are all in the same like family and groups that all work together within the government and stuff like that. That's what that comment actually meant. It was taken in a different context, and it's not, I don't think badly of Idaho. Okay. I never have said that I think Idaho is a horrible place. I think it's a beautiful place. I've showed you guys. Molly lives there. Okay. I think that some of the governmental, how can I put this? Some of the governmental like facilities per se, maybe could use some work. Okay. But I've looked into Idaho and I've looked into the past of Idaho. Molly, people that live there have said that this is wrong, that's wrong, blah, blah, blah. That's what has been talked about. But I don't think badly of the state of Idaho. And if I come off as saying that, then I'm correcting it now. I don't. I don't know. And I've even said before that Moscow, Idaho is a beautiful little town. It's just, I think the governmental facilities need to be tightened down a little bit in that area. The place that Molly lives in is absolutely beautiful. But she has stated that there's places like that she's not comfortable with around her with their same type things. But I'm not going to sit here and slam the state of Idaho because it's not true. It's not how I feel. If anybody doesn't like it, then that's on them. They don't have to like it. That's their choice. But that's not at all what I'm trying to say. It is. It's an absolutely beautiful state. I showed you guys that video that one day. It seems like they have everything there. So I don't want that to be taken out of context or to be taken that way. But every place, it happens everywhere, guys. I live like 30 minutes south of Cleveland. You want to talk about bad? Cleveland, Ohio is horrible. Columbus, Ohio is horrible. There's lots of places in Ohio that are horrible. California's got bad places in it. Washington has bad places. It's all over the place, guys. It's not just centered on Idaho. So, we have to take and maybe erase the black mark that's been put on there because of this. So, I'm not saying that I never said that I thought that Moscow wasn't not a good place. I just said I didn't like how they did things there because I still don't. I still don't like how this case was handled from the beginning in Moscow. I think there was a lot of mistakes made. I'll never take that back because I truly believe that. And I'll never apologize for that. But mistakes happen. People learn from their mistakes, hopefully. So it is what it is. So if I ever offended, I seen that comment. Yeah, I agree with you, Cassie, on that one. Columbus is horrific. If I ever offended you, Sunshine, by saying that, my deepest apologies for that. I wasn't meaning it like that, and I didn't mean to offend you. Sometimes people say things in the heat of the moment before they think about it, and I've done that a few times, and I'm guilty. So again, my apologies. So it is what it is. The government, though, the mistakes, you couldn't find mistakes as far as what the case, Daisy. There's a lot of them. You don't think that there is? The way that it was handled from the beginning? Or are you talking about something different? No, yes. No, yes. What do you mean? No. Oh, okay. Sorry. Or you mean no, you couldn't find mistakes with the case? I'm lost. Hold on. That's true too. I really don't think there are. Oh, okay. See, I do. I don't like that how can I explain this? The way that law enforcement, first of all, did not allow for, because I've looked into this. I've told you guys that. One thing I thought was not right, okay, was the time table from the time that law enforcement responded, the way that they handled that. Okay. The people that took control of the case, the lead on the investigation, should have gotten there a lot faster than they did. The fact that EMS was not allowed to be involved, that's not normal at all. Like I said, I've looked into it in multiple realms. I was involved with EMS, and we never had that happen ever. Okay, and we've dealt with a lot of big things, and that's okay. That's okay. It's your. I don't take me the wrong way. I'm just saying that's your opinion. I respect that. I do. I feel like there was a lot. The way that when they got there and there's multiple people around, they should have handled that. They should have brought in more law enforcement to handle that situation without letting people leave. Things like that. You know what I mean? Those are the things I think that were done with that were mistakes. I think that the Mabbit, the way she handled things, I don't think that was right either. But those are my opinions. That's what I think. They can check the victims. Those things right there, that's protocol in a lot of places. That's how it needed to be handled at first, in my opinion. Everybody has their own feelings about it, and that's okay. You know, I'm not upset with anybody because of that. One thing we are going to be doing, I'm going to tell you guys this real quick. What did you say, Sherry? Potatoes, yeah. I know that, but see, they didn't bring forensics in right away. That's the other thing. They waited on that too. Forensics should have been in there immediately, but they weren't. They should have came in, let EMS go in, assess the scene, clear the scene, as PD does too. Bring the forensics in immediately, get that worked out. Bring the ME or the coroner in. That's how that should have went in succession, but it didn't, and that was the problem I had. When they called in the state, and yeah, that is after the fact. Things didn't happen like they should have, and that's where the mistakes were made, in my opinion. Again, that's just my opinion. It doesn't mean it's right or wrong. So, and you can oppose that opinion. Anybody can. That's what I had issue with. Okay, I've been on scenes like this, not this dramatic, and it just there's a protocol and a standard operating procedure that goes into effect. But like I did say, guys, in defense of this was so horrific that could be why the mistakes were made. I think that's all I'm saying. I bet they were, Cassie. I'm just kind of jealous. You got me craving that now after we talked about it. Yeah, I can agree with that too. That's a good point, Doodle. That should have never been brought out. That should have never been brought out to the public. She says, I think how they told us about DM and just left us to guess was a mistake. That kid was under a gag order and couldn't defend herself. That's fact. That's fact. Okay. I can agree with that. Yeah, that's another one too, Ashley. Just because I don't care for her, I'm going to agree with you on that one. And I think it was wrong too. Hey, Jilly Bean, good to see you. Thank you, Bugsy. And I'm going to continue to do that and as much as I can. We have to bring these things down and stop allowing for these things, because that's why this case has gotten so out of hand, guys. It really has. There's so much crazy stuff, even if there are other things involved in it. You're exactly right, Sunshine. Every state has its issues. And I'll be honest with you, Idaho, and I'm not just saying this, but as of that video I showed you guys, Idaho is probably one of the most beautiful states I've ever seen. So everywhere has its issues. Some places have a little bit more. Some places have a lot less. It is what it is. Yeah, I never meant to put the state itself out there like that, Sunshine. I really didn't. And if I did, that I will apologize for, because that was never my intention. So it was just like I said, the governmental things and certain aspects as to how things were handled is what bugged me. So, and that's not the state's fault. That's not the whole state of Idaho's fault that stuff happened. And it gave me that's right. It could happen anywhere. And I'm sure it's happened in other places. I've never seen anything this dramatic happen anywhere, but I'm sure it has happened in other places. That's fact. So, it does not need to be a black mark on the state, period. You may have meant nepotism as opposed to inbred. I would say they are incompetent, corrupt, and weird in a Twin Peaks way. Well, I'm not even going to say that. I'm not going to say incompetent. I'm not going to say that at all. I'm going to say, how can I put it? Maybe there needs to be more like governmental training. Let's put it that way. I'm trying to be polite. And I'm trying to be, speak what I think without sounding rude. But I think there needs more training. Needs to be more training in the sense for, God forbid, something like this will ever happen in the future. You know what I mean? But it needs to be. There needs to be like more. It needs to be tightened up. That's the way I can say it. Just because it just. But again, I have to go back to this every time. We don't know. Just like I said, with any training. Okay, I'll put this out there, guys. To walk into a scene like this and to see this, okay, I've never seen anything that horrific in my life on all the things I've been. I've seen decapitations, I've seen self unalivings, I've seen all sorts of stuff, okay, horrible car accidents, things like that. You see these things, guys. Never have I seen something like that, and the effect it would have on a human being. Because these are young people. I can only imagine that it opens the door for certain things to get mistaken or to possibly not be done the right way. Okay? So that I do have to say, but like I'm saying, there should be more training with things like this, in my opinion. Okay? Yeah, it is very normal to not play the 911 call until trial. Absolutely. That's not our business to hear at all. I've seen that happen before. And it's because it's such a high profile case. They're not going to play that. That's just fact. I never expected to hear that anyway. Not at least till the trial. And that's something else too I'd like to say that I never have said. Ever have I ever said, because I don't not support police. I never have. I got family members, my father, my grandfather, my uncle, all police officers, folks. I'm not saying that there are not corrupt police. There are. They're not all corrupt though, folks. They're not all bad. Okay. I told you guys before that I've had friends that are law enforcement officials that have told me that there's corruption. It's fact. There's corruption in everything. There's corrupt firefighters. There's corrupt doctors, corrupt nurses. There's corrupt business owners. It's corruption, period. Whichever way you look at it. Not all police are corrupt though. Please, guys, we need to support the blue. Because if we did not have this whole defund the police thing that was coming around a while back, that I never supported that. That's insane. Imagine what it would be like without law enforcement, people. It would be a mess. Okay. And we can't do that. We can't automatically think the police are bad. Because they're not. There are some, but they're not. And I told you guys this before. One thing that I never supported with this case is when it has been said that this is a huge corrupted scandal. To think about the fact that Moscow PD, Idaho State Police, Latah County Sheriff's Department, and the FBI are all involved in some giant corruption scandal is ridiculous, folks. It just doesn't make sense. It never did. And I never agreed with that. There is possibility that one person did something. And corruption doesn't just mean that that's hands-on, okay? It could mean that there was a mistake made and that somebody needs to do something to take a shortcut to hide that mistake. That's corruption as well. Okay. And that has been done a lot. This was done in the place I live in. that we found out. It just happens everywhere. All these things happen all over the place, folks. So know that, please. One bad apple can spoil the bunch. Thank you, Leslie. You too. Have a wonderful night. That's a good point, Lisa. That's why I'm scared for the good cops. The bad ones are putting the good ones in danger, and they make the rest of them look bad. That's fact. That's fact, too. There are more good police than bad. They outweigh. And I'm telling you guys, if the good ones see a bad one doing something, they're going to do something about it. We got to remember that as well. That's fact, too. Thank you. There's corruption in governments everywhere. Everywhere. That's fact. We need to support them, not defund, not talk bad down about this and that. You're going to find it anything you look into, folks. We got to support it. You know? Because if we don't support it, then it's not going to be there for us when we need it. Period. That's all I'm saying. A corrupt fireman. That's a good question. I'm telling you, it does happen, cat lady. I like that question. Like I said, corruption does not always mean that that there's somebody hands-on doing something. It could be just telling a lie about something, taking a shortcut to cover up a mistake. Things like that is what I'm saying. And it happens everywhere, guys. Good stuff, Leslie. Thank you. That's there you go. Thank you, Cassie. That has happened. I have issue, and I'll be honest with you, if you want to talk about corruption and this and that. Yes, thank you, Daniel. There you go. I've seen firefighters setting fires to go fight them. Bingo. Thank you. I've seen 2 investigated. Pretty sure it was Vanessa. Yes, that's happened. That happened at 2 fire departments I belong to. One was a young kid that belonged to the junior fire department. The junior, they start off when they're 16. The other one was a ex-chief. They get bored. They want the fires to happen. And I'll tell you another story of corrupt fire officials that I believe, it's my opinion, is in the Florida 4 case. I think there's corruption there. I very much do. That was nowhere near handled the way it should have been. And I believe that that's based on certain things that were involved with the fire department. That is my wholehearted opinion. But Daniel's right. That does happen all over the place, you guys. I've seen multiple stories of that type of thing happening, actually, where firefighters are starting fires just so they can go put them out. To look like a hero. People can die that way and have. So, yeah. Thank you for that comment, Daniel. That's a good point. Very good point. Good to see you, buddy. Not everybody has had good experiences with. In fact, here's the night. Not all police officers are 100% good. Okay. The Drunk Turkey Show covered a story, and he was appalled. We all know Daniel is an ex-police officer. Okay. And he covered a story about an officer-involved accident with a pedestrian. Great story, great show, by the way, Daniel. I think I left a comment on it. And like I said, Daniel was completely appalled by this. A police officer was responding to a call, had his lights going, I think, and was only chirping his siren at intersections. Didn't have it full-blown going. Struck a pedestrian. Obviously, she ended up being deceased. Another officer showed up at the scene, was talking back and forth, made some really, really remarkably ignorant comments over a phone call to, I think, and if I'm wrong, correct me, please, a union representative, and just basically put a price on a human life. That is what I'm talking about. That And it happens, guys. But not all police officers are like that at all. Okay? And it does happen. People are people. Bad people are bad people. I don't care what you do for a living, but you know, good people are good, bad people are bad, regardless of what you do. I've seen bad priests and preachers. I mean, just bad people are bad people, folks. Period. End of story. Absolutely. That's exactly what the whole storyline behind Backdraft was. They were purposely setting fires. Well, it was more for insurance money, but still, it was still done that way. Yes. I love that movie, by the way. And that's what this is all based on, folks, is you have to look at it that way. Bad people are wearing other people, you know, certain uniforms and certain clothing. That doesn't mean that everybody's that way. I covered that, Daniel. She contacted me. If you remember, I don't know if you saw it. The Good Nurse. Remember that? A lot of you guys were in here, and I covered that whole story about there was a male nurse that moved hospital to hospital. I think a lot of you guys were in here for that one. Okay, the Good Nurse herself, when I covered it, she contacted me and said if I wanted to cover it again, that she would do an interview with me. Okay. Crazy story. This man got a job at a hospital, and I think it was a Lifetime movie as well, but unalived multiple people that he was in charge of taking care of their lives. Yeah, I have it in here somewhere. I'll have to find it. It was back when I was doing the true crime, true stories behind Hollywood movies. You remember when I was doing that, Daniel? It's in my thing somewhere. I'll show it to you, or I'll send it to you. I was wondering if there was somebody else in here that was being Walt, the good neighbor. I saw the Good Nurse. Yeah, hold on a minute. I might be able to pull it up and show you guys. Oh, la 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 la. It was Walt. There wasn't two of them, Daisy. Either way, it doesn't matter. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this for you guys. Real quick here. If you haven't seen the movie or read the story about it, it's actually really crazy. Let me see here. It was like 6 months ago. Hold on a second here.
By Kim Dickens, and that particular character is after a real person, and that real person.
Yeah, it was episode number 25 in my Midnight series I was running. The true story behind the Good Nurse. Absolutely. 6 months ago. God, it's been that long. Hold on a second here. Okay, I'm confused, but that's okay. Yeah, just type in YouTube. Anybody wants to see it? True Crime Cafe, The Good Nurse, and it'll take you right to it. But anyway. But yeah, when I put this up, we were contacted by this lady right here that was just on screen. That's her. That was the nurse that was what they called the good nurse, the one that caught the guy that was doing this and had to turn him in. And she was friends with him, sadly. Okay, but yeah, hey Joanne, good to see you. But she contacted one of my moderators and said that she was impressed with the fact that I covered it and I did a great job. And then if I wanted any to do any more with it, and may interview her, that she was absolutely and down with it. I just never had to go back to it because I covered it completely. So um, one second here. Yeah. Okay. Hold on a second. But yeah, it's a crazy story, you guys. Completely crazy. Like I said, she became friends with this guy that started at the hospital she worked at, and so on and so forth. For those of you that didn't see it, go back and watch it. It was actually pretty good. Just look up, my channel name and then The Good Nurse, and there's a whole movie about it and a story behind it and everything. And he finally got caught. She turned him in. And this is the guy right here. This was the nurse that did it right here. And he worked at multiple hospitals before this place where she was at and had done it to quite a few people, guys. I can't remember the exact number right now, but it's horrific. He was injecting people, diabetics with different wrong medications. And I mean, it's horrific. It really is. And it, like, my mother has been a nurse for 50 years. Okay. And I was talking to her about this, and she was just like, it's horrible. It's horrible that, we're supposed to be able to trust, like, doctors and nurses and stuff to take care of us. And then you see things like this happen. It's like, wow. Yeah, they did a good job with covering, like, him and the actor. You know what I mean? They did a great job. Very good job. But go check it out, Daniel. It's pretty good. And yeah, that question you asked me, I'll check it out and let you know. Oh my God, you would ask me that right now. Trying to remember where the hell it happened at. God, it's been 6 months. His name was Charles Cullen. I do remember that. I'll have to look it up. I can't remember the damn state it was in. Daniel, do you remember watching since you watched it last night? Minnesota, Missouri. No. Hold on a minute. I'll tell you right now. 1 second. It actually happened in multiple states, but the one that he got caught in was. It was Jersey. It was New Jersey. Yep, that's it. New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Cleveland Clinic, Cleveland Clinic, 100%. Well, that's where I had my brain surgery at, and I'm still sitting here, so it was Cleveland Clinic for fact. University's not bad either, but yep. New Jersey was the last place that he did what he did in. He was using MK, not sucrose, but yeah, I think it was sucrose he was injecting into the IV bags and stuff like that. Yeah, we got to get together, Daniel. It's been a while. For sure. I wouldn't have wanted insulin. Well, he was using insulin, but he was also injecting the diabetics that had high sugar. He was adding sucrose, and it's not sucrose. It's called something else. But anyway, it's a sugar base, and it was making their sugar to go up, and it was actually throwing them into cardiac arrest, things like that. It was crazy. I'm down. What are you talking about? You're down, bud. Oh, you're down. You're down. I got it. I'm sorry. You're down. Yeah, I get it. Sorry. Fructose. Yes. Thank you, Cassie. He was underdosing insulin, overdosing insulin, using fructose, saline mixtures, all sorts of crazy shit. And what he was doing was because you have to have a code to get into the med case, right? So you have to type it in, and then it shows that every nurse or every person that has access has their own specific code to get into the med kit cart. Well, what he would do is he would go in, he would type in like he was going to pull meds, and they would cancel it. But when he canceled it, the drawer would pop, and he would hurry up and pop the drawer and shut it, and then he would get what he had to get out of there. It was crazy. Crazy. No, he never really did ever say why. No, I get you, bud. That's why I was like, wait a minute, but I get it now. I get it. He was just he's crazy. He was a psychopath. That's my opinion why he did it. Or a sociopath. Either one. It was crazy though. Yeah, Lifetime did a movie on it, and then they made another movie about it, and it went on for a while. Nope, he had nothing to do with easing suffering. He wasn't a Dr. Kevorkian at all. He was literally hurting people to hurt people. It's called The Good Nurse Sunflower. Take care, Chief. Good to see you. Yeah, the Netflix one is actually probably the better one. The Lifetime version of it was kind of cheesy. You guys know how Lifetime movies are. Let me see here if I can find the actual. I'll show you guys. One second. Yeah, I was actually thinking about doing another show on it and doing an interview and having her on. So, you know, but we'll see what happens. It's right here. Actually, I'll show you the trailer for it. I'll show you the trailer real quick. And this is the Netflix movie, by the way, guys, for those of you that are interested. So this proves corruption happens everywhere, folks.
Hey.
What's going on?
Just, work's been pretty.
That's the one that's on Netflix. So, and she was torn, you guys, because when they became friends, okay, she had some health problems of her own. She had a heart problem, and he helped her. He started helping her because she was a single mom. He helped her with her kids, did this, did that, and cared about her genuinely. And when she had to turn on him, she had to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. And it was hard for her. And she said she still, after the fact, had been in contact with him while in prison and things like that, and just could never understand, as in, like, what up here was wrong. You know what I mean? It was crazy. It's a crazy movie. It's a great movie, though, guys. Go watch it if you haven't seen it on Netflix. It's not Dr. Swango. No, hun. Not at all. And yes, Michelle, I do believe there was a nurse in the UK that was doing that too. It was with babies though, infants. You are right. That was insane. Um, let me see something here. I read this story. I can't remember where. Yeah. Lucy Letty, it was a British nurse, 7 babies. Real quick, right here. Yep, that's it, Lucia. Right here, guys.
The nurse Lucy Letby has been found guilty of murdering 7 babies and attempting to murder 6 others while they were in her care at a hospital in Cheshire, making the 33-year-old the UK's worst child killer in modern times. In a statement, the families of her victims said that they were heartbroken and that justice could not reduce the extreme hurt, anger and distress which they have experienced. Lucy Letby was also acquitted of 2 counts of attempted murder, and the jury were undecided on 6 charges of attempted murder. Well, today the government has ordered an independent inquiry into the circumstances surrounding this shocking case. Our North of England correspondent Judith Moritz is here with me. And Judith, you've been following this case throughout for months.
We could probably watch it in
the full
Discord.
scale of her crimes has become apparent.
Yes, I can tell you, Rita, that verdicts have been being delivered here at Manchester Crown
Hey,
Court
Shelley.
over several hearings over the last 10 days. It was only today when the jury indicated that they could go no further, that reporting restrictions were lifted, and we are able now to report the full extent of what Lucy Letby has been found guilty of. Now, that was an emotional moment in the courtroom here in courtroom number 7, particularly, you can't even imagine, for the families of those babies. Some of the jurors looked upset this afternoon, but conspicuous by her absence was Lucy Letby, who refused to come up from the cells. She wasn't in court. And it's been fast-moving ever since. The prosecution are considering a retrial on the undecided verdicts here. And there's been the announcement, as you say, of a government inquiry.
Sorry, guys. I was going to show you her being arrested. Hold on.
The game was up.
Hello, Lucy, is it? Yes. Hello, my name's Chester, please. So it's step in 2 seconds.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, thank you.
Behind the door of this ordinary suburban house, Britain's most prolific baby killer was finally arrested 3 years after her murder spree began.
Just take a seat in there for me, Lucy. I'll move that seat forward a bit. Sure.
Yeah, I just had knee surgery.
Oh, right, okay.
She worked here on the neonatal unit at the Countess of Chester Hospital, her role to care for the most premature and vulnerable infants. But that couldn't have been further from her mind.
Yeah, it's insane. I don't listen. What kind of headspace do you have to be in to be able to unalive an infant, a helpless child? I mean, it's bad enough adults, you know what I'm saying, but an infant? What's going on? I don't care what the issue is. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's crazy. It's really crazy. Yeah, it's very sad. Babies are innocent. They're not asked to be born. It's not in the Canadian Netflix. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know of another way. I'm sure it's somewhere else. Try looking on YouTube, because there are some movies that are free to watch on YouTube. Try looking in YouTube movies if you have that, cat lady. It might be there. Oh, her journals, yes, Lucia. That was insane. I remember that. Weird things that she wrote in there. It's absolutely crazy. I believe she got life in prison. It's insane. We might have to cover that one day, all you guys. The Lucy Letby case. Right. One of mine was too, Gigi. My grandson was 3 months, almost 3 months premature. He was literally this big. He was in NICU for months. Literally. And she still claims to be innocent. But if they show her her journals and stuff, she's gone. She's gone. It's crazy. It just makes no sense to me. I don't understand the type of headspace you have to be in to do something like that. Like I said, it's bad enough to unalive adults, but when it comes to babies, how? Just tell me how. What I don't understand. So, Angel of Death was incredible writing. It was, yeah, absolutely, Brian. 3 years, MK. Yes, 3 whole years. I just don't get it. I'll never get it. Never. Like I said, the whole the Jack Kevorkian thing, when that happened, that made some sort of sense. He was trying to help people that couldn't be helped. Okay. To put them out, help them put themselves out of their own misery. He never touched anything. He just showed them what to do. That's different. This is like, whoa, what the hell are you thinking? And what's wrong with you? There was another one too in the States here. I believe that was a female nurse that oh my God, I'm trying to remember. My mother turned me on to that one. Off to see the wizard. All right, Miss Daisy. Thank you for joining us tonight. As always, appreciate you so very much. Oh, wait a minute. What? 13 days ago? Hold up. This is new. Look at this. This is new to me. Hold on.
Today, and those charges are connected to a case of a local nurse who's accused of purposely harming her patients, even killing some with excessive doses of insulin, got even worse. Dozens of new charges were filed today, and those charges are connected to 19 new patients.
Alexandra Todd joins us, live from one of the facilities where this nurse worked, and she has more now. Alexandra.
Hey guys, yeah, I'm here in Butler at Sunnyview Nursing Center. It is shocking to think that 19 more people are being affected by PRESD, ages ranging 43 to 104. Today, Attorney General Michelle Henry released a slew of new charges against Western PA nurse Heather Presdy. Presdy was previously charged with homicide and attempted murder for 3 patients in her care. She's accused of administering lethal doses of insulin to numerous individuals at different care facilities.
I think it's pretty wild. I mean, you're put in charge of taking care of people and their lives are in your hands and you're doing something almost intentionally to, cause harm to other people.
Now, the Office of the State Attorney General filed charges regarding the mistreatment of 19 additional patients. Some of these patients were diabetic and required insulin, while others were not. Now, Presdy is charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, 17 counts of attempted murder, and 19 counts of neglect of a care-dependent person. The alleged crimes happened while Presdy was employed as a nurse at facilities in Butler, Chicora, Katanning, Lower Burrell, and Hampton.
I wonder of how she got away with this for so long without
This
anyone.
is really close to me, you guys.
Officials say Presdy typically administered the insulin during overnight shifts when staffing
I heard
was
that
low.
too, Walt.
There is physical evidence for certain cases where she is charged with first-degree murder and attempted murder charges where victims survived or cause of death could not be determined. PA personal injury attorney Robert Pierce is representing the family estate of Marianne Bauer, who passed away under the care of Presdy.
Miss Presdy
was involved in multiple situations where many residents have passed away. It is a family's worst nightmare. It's a situation that we were afraid when we first were retained is true, and today's charges have confirmed
I agree
a
with
horrible scenario that many families here in Western Pennsylvania are facing right now.
Pierce hopes to encourage employers to change the way they investigate potential employees.
There were complaints by staff, by nurses that were concerned Heather Presdy was actually killing patients. And yet they did an investigation, they being Bel Air, kept her on, did not immediately terminate her. And then afterwards, Nurse Presby went on to several other facilities where more patients passed away. This is clearly unacceptable.
I wonder if she watched the whole Charlie Cullen story, because it's
Asking
the
if
same
anybody
thing.
has any information and stories that are connected to Presdy to please come forward. And we do want to remind viewers that people are presumed innocent unless proven guilty. Here in Butler, Alexandra Todd, KDK TV News.
My office will prosecute her and seek to hold her accountable for her actions.
A nurse in Pennsylvania accused of murdering patients. How prosecutors say her medical care turned into a crime. Welcome back to Sidebar here on Law.
I guess this just went down like 6 months ago. Have a great night, Bobby. Thank you for joining us tonight, and thank you for that, my friend. Yeah, this is pretty close to me, actually. It's even closer to Walt, I believe. That's great. Like I said, I wonder if she either watched or saw the Charlie Cullen story, because that's exactly the same thing he was doing. It's crazy. And this is scary, you guys. You know why this is scary? These are the people that we trust to take care of us and our loved ones, you know? That's scary shit. It's very scary. Oh, yeah. Yeah. My wife used to work at a retirement home before she got involved in phlebotomy and dialysis. And that happened where we live too, because we're a smaller community and the police would show up first. So it's insane, D. Smith, that these things that they even happen. You know, you can't trust. It's scary to trust, not to be able to trust medical professionals. You know what I mean? At the very least. So, um, just to get back to what we were talking about in the show. Sorry that we got off track. It was a good thing to talk about, but still, I just wanted to keep you guys involved in what we were on. So, like I said, as far as Idaho goes, we know where everything is with that at this point. Now, the other side of this, the other thing we were talking about, et cetera, and all that other stuff, you know, any cases we've looked at, you know, are open to talk about, like I said. Hey, Rock Chalk, good to see you, hon. So, let me see here. There are no updates with Chelsea Grimm. SF Investigates was investigating. Somebody had asked me if I had heard anything. That's why I threw it in here. Thank you, Doodle. And I haven't. I haven't heard anything. I didn't know if anybody else had heard anything new with her. There is nothing that I know of. Michelle Noor asks, do they think these are mercy killings if patient was in a lot of... No, not at all. Not at all, Michelle. They were blatant just murder, period. There was nothing. Well, that one woman was 104 years old in that other case, okay? The Cullen story, no, they were just... It was a sociopath, period. Oh my God, I'm sorry, Gigi. You'll be okay. You will be okay. I'm so sorry. That was not good. I apologize for that. I get it though. That's a little scary to think about. You'll be good. You'll be good. That is kind of scary, MK. Oh yeah, Nikki, check that movie out if you can. Speaking of which, how are you, Nikki? I hope you're doing better. Yeah, I'm sorry, Gigi. I wasn't even thinking about that. But you're gonna be good, I promise. Uh There's something I was gonna show you guys. I'm trying to find it real quick here. I think it was JLR. Had put up oh, this one here. I don't know if this has anything to do with this, okay? Let me show you guys. This is from like 3 weeks ago. Here we go.
Lee Riches investigates. Where is 32-year-old Chelsea Grimm? Chelsea Grimm lived in San Diego, went on a road trip. On her way from San Diego
I agree,
to
Michelle.
Connecticut to attend a wedding, and she vanished, disappeared around the end of September. Somewhere in the Williams, Ashfork
Not quite.
area of
I will right after this. I'll pull it
Arizona.
up.
Where could she be? Her car was later found abandoned on a remote road, tires flat, car doors locked. She vanished. She had a little like iguana, which she caught a pet dragon named Roxy with her. That's gone. Her pet is gone. Sleeping bag gone. Wallet gone. But where is she? Now, I want to show you something. According to her public Facebook post, she has ties. According to her Facebook, that she used to live in Arizona. That's what she said on her Facebook. That's what she said on her Facebook. Desert Hills, Arizona. Check this out. So this is the public Facebook profile of Chelsea Grimm. This is her Facebook here. And I want to show you something on her Facebook. Here it says she studied New York University, from San Diego, single. She lists her Instagram account, photos of her here. Let me just show you. But I want to show you something on her profile. I want to show you something. So going back here to the About section, and then places lived. And she has San Diego, Stanford, San Diego, Brookline, Massachusetts, Desert Hills, Arizona. And that piqued my interest. Devil Hills, Arizona, some place where she lived, Chelsea. So let's talk a little bit more about Desert Hills, Arizona. Now, this is Google Maps. This red location here is where her vehicle was found. The vehicle was found here north of Ashfork. And look, Desert Hills, Arizona, about 3 hours away. I-40 over to Kingman, south on I-40, Desert Hills. So on her Facebook, she says she lived in Desert Hills at one point, wondering if she's hiding out or in Desert Hills, Arizona right now. What do you think, considering her vehicle was found 170 miles away? easy access, I-40. Did she hitch a ride with anyone? Did someone pick her up? Is she just hiding out? Or is there something more to this? Or is this nothing of nothing?
That was really the only other thing, rather than what I found on it, that was different, was that she had lived in that area. So it's very possible she knows somebody out there. I just hope that she's okay. And that's what I'm saying. I don't know for a fact, because I went and looked that up. That's all it says. She's never talked about it. I don't see anything on her Facebook account about, like being there, other than that she lived there at one point. That's it. But you're right. It could have just been a location that she checked into. It's just weird because there's nothing else. And at this point, guys, the stuff we watched that SF Investigates had put out there, he kind of hinted around a little bit that she may very well have wanted to do this on her own. She purposely may have disappeared. We don't know, I just hope she's okay. But he also stated that they were bringing in sex trafficking investigators that specialize in that. So that gave me a little bit of a kind of a head tilt. Okay. Yeah, she did have gas in her car. She had 2 flat tires, though, on the same side of the vehicle, which was a little weird. Austin hair up one day. Okay, Brian. Gotcha. Let me pull up this email real quick here. 1 second. Because this... One second here. This is interesting to me. Hold on a minute here. This is making me download it, Ashley. It does it. Did it come in over here?
There's a strange missing persons case happening right now out of Oregon.
Okay, is it out of... Hey, Jesse, good to see you, buddy. It's 12:43. Yes, sir. Is this one actually based out of Oregon? You still in here, Miss Ashley? It's afternoon in Thailand right now. You still here, Ash? It's great to see you, Jesse. I hope you're doing well, my friend. You guys still hear me? I think this is the case that Ash wanted us to look at, which we will. I have no problem with that. Oh, so we're exactly 12 hours. Okay, Jesse. Oh, maybe Ashley stepped away for a minute, but that's okay. We'll take a look at this real quick here. 1 second. Hold on. Well, shoot, where'd it go? Hold on a minute. Was the case that you wanted me to look at, Ash, out of Oregon? Hold on. Let me bring this back up. I think this is the download. All right, let's try it again. Okay. Yeah, I think we're going to take a look at this too, guys. So here we go.
and we should talk about it. This is Gwen Brunell. There's a strange missing persons case happening right now out of Oregon, and we should talk about it. This is Gwen Brunell. She went missing during a solo road trip from Boise, Idaho to California. She told family and friends that she was meeting up with a nationally recognized rabbit judge in a small town near Fresno, but she never made it. The timeline of events after she left her home is bizarre, and it's what makes this case so strange. Gwen left her home in Boise on June 26th of this year. The trip seemed really sudden to her family and friends, but she told them that she was planning on meeting up with a rabbit judge in California to show some of her show rabbits. From a very young age, she was an expert on raising and showing purebred rabbits, so much so that she had won awards and was nationally recognized. It was her calling, and she loved her rabbits. So that day, she packed up her 2008 Honda Element with some personal belongings, some clothes for a road trip, and 3 cages filled with 11 of her show rabbits. Also packed up was about a week's worth of food and water for the rabbits. She promised her dad that she would keep in touch, but no one heard from her again after she stepped foot outside of her house, and her cell phone was soon shut off. Gwen was then spotted at a convenience store about 20 miles from her home. But what's strange is that she was caught on CCTV footage wearing different clothes from when she left her house. She left her home in a blue shirt and Nike shoes, but at the store she was wearing a red shirt and knee-high dress boots. What's also weird is that the store was only 20 miles away, yet it took her 3 hours to get there, and no one knows what she was doing in the meantime. Gwen was officially last seen in Jordan Valley, Oregon 1 day later. She had stopped at a Sinclair gas station around noon, got gas, and then went across the street to buy snacks at Mrs. Z's convenience store. There she told the attendant that she was in a hurry, but she then spent the next hour in the parking lot in her car without moving. This concerned the worker, so they went out to make sure that she was okay, but Gwen stated that she was fine. But after this, she disappeared, and it didn't take long for her parents to report her missing. 4 days later, Gwen's car was found abandoned near Sucker Creek Road in Malheur County, just a half mile from the highway. It was reportedly parked at a pullout that was commonly used by visitors. All 4 windows were partially open, and the keys and the rest of her personal belongings, including her credit cards and driver's license, were still inside. Also inside of the car were all 11 of her rabbits, but sadly at this point, because of the heat, 5 of them had perished. Authorities and dozens of volunteers began searching for Gwen in the area near where her car was found, and even a private search of Sucker Creek was conducted, but nothing would be found for 2 months. On September 10th, Gwen's t-shirt was found tangled up in a barbed wire fence near Dog Creek. Shortly after, Gwen's boots were found roughly 80 yards from where the shirt was found. This was all found less than 2 miles from where her abandoned car was found months earlier. More than 300 miles have been searched using ATVs, dogs, and even by air, but no other trace of Gwen has ever been found. Police say that there is no sign of an abduction and believe that she may have wandered off into the rangeland. But like I mentioned earlier, Gwen absolutely loved her rabbits. It would be incredibly odd for her to leave them in a hot car to perish without willingly coming back. According to her family, Gwen did take medications for certain mental conditions that could make her moody or inattentive. Her mom reached out to the rabbit judge that Gwen was supposed to meet, and according to them, they never heard from Gwen and had no idea that she was even planning to come. They said that they weren't expecting Gwen at all. This has left her family wondering if she was planning on meeting up with someone else and just didn't tell them. Her mom believes that Gwen is still somewhere out there on the rangeland and wonders if she was possibly going through a mental crisis. Regardless, they just want to bring their daughter home. It's now been 5 months with no sign of Gwen, and just like with the Chelsea Grimm case, it's really concerning that her car was found abandoned and that she was a woman traveling alone. Gwen is described as being 5'7", roughly
Chelsea's
140
case.
pounds, and has brown hair and brown eyes. If you have any information at all, please either contact the Boise Police at 208-377-6790 or the Malheur County Sheriff's Office at 541-473-5125.
Yeah, that is a whole lot like Chelsea's case. That's crazy. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, Ashley. Yeah, I think I'm going to look into that too. That's weird. It makes you wonder, is there something going on out on the road like this where people are being, I mean, we know that it happens, and it makes me wonder why, like with Chelsea's case that they mentioned that they were bringing in sex trafficking investigators, Is that what they're believing, that these things like this are a single woman driving around by herself, it's scary. Yeah, I mean it's like someone is luring women, but how? Maybe it could have been that maybe she met a guy online that made her fall, and she knew her parents wouldn't go for it. They tried to talk her out of it, so she just made up a story, and next thing you know, boom. And see, this one is weird because they found her shirt and her boots. That kind of scares me a little bit. Well, that's what I was gonna say, Lucia. The part about her saying she was in a hurry, but then she stayed there for an hour. Either she was on the phone with somebody, or maybe she was waiting for somebody. That's a good point. It's very weird, but yeah, we're gonna look into this one. I wrote it down. We'll definitely take a look at this, Ashley. Thank you for this very much. Huh. Well, guys, it's almost 1 a.m. and we've been live for 4 hours, so I think it's time to bring this to a close. Yeah, don't sneak around without letting at least one person know what's up. That's what it is. And that Bonnie is very possible too, especially if she was taking medications for any type of mental illness or emotional disorders or anything like that. And she got, out of, offset somehow and got lost within herself or whatever out in the desert like that. It's weird because it seems like this happens in these areas, because this area didn't look much different than the area that Chelsea went missing in. It's kind of weird. So yeah, I think we're going to take a look at this for sure. It does seem kind of like an abduction. I agree. Very weird. Well, guys, thank you for joining me tonight. Again, my apologies for not making it this afternoon. But I had a couple appointments I had to handle. One of them was I didn't even expect it. It was quick. And the other one led from that one. So I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your night. All of you guys, thank you for being here. Guys, don't forget to love yourselves and to love each other. Thank you all for putting up with me once again. I appreciate you all so very much. Anybody that had donated to anything, thank you so very much for that. God knows I appreciate it more than you know. And mostly, I appreciate you all just being here to support the channel and myself. Moderators, amazing as always. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you so much. Guys, I will see you so very soon. Don't change a thing about yourselves, because you guys are the beautiful people. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.